I will now call the meeting to order. City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilwoman McLean.
Here.
Councilmember Gibbs.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem West.
Here.
Councilmember Ayala.
Here.
Mayor Miranda.
Here. We'll now go to public participation. City Clerk, do we have any speakers?
Yes, we do.
Thank you. Speaker Douglas, you have 1 minute.
Thank you. Douglas Frazier, Canyon Country resident. More than 25 years, something like that. I was looking at the agenda and this land you're talking about being purchased. I looked at the agenda package. I was thinking there may be a map or something so that we could see where it was. I went out and looked. You're adding it in hopes of putting it into the open space Elsmere Canyon area. So I was liking to see a map and see why you are purchasing it. Thank you. If you can answer that.
Thank you. City Attorney, announcement, please.
Yes, this evening we would request a recess in a closed session to discuss the one real property item that's listed on your agenda.
City Attorney, is there an announcement out of closed session?
There's no announcement out of closed session this evening.
Thank you. We're now adjourned out of the special session, and we will immediately go into our regular session. I have the invocation this evening. Pope Francis was a beacon of compassion, humility, and unwavering faith. His leadership inspired millions around the world to embrace mercy, justice, and care for the most vulnerable. Through his actions and words, he reminded us of the power of kindness, the importance of dialogue, and the need for unity in a divided world. Pope Francis led by example, championing peace, environmental stewardship, and human dignity. His enduring commitment to serving others reflects the true spirit of Christ's teachings, and we honor him for his profound impact on the church and the global community. Thank you. Now I will call the meeting to order. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilwoman McLean.
Here.
Councilmember Gibbs.
Here.
Mayor Miranda.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem West.
Here.
Councilmember Ayala.
Here.
Thank you.
Councilmember Ayala, would you lead us in the flag salute, please?
Thank you. Can you please join me to pledge allegiance to the most beautiful flag in the world? I pledge allegiance to the flag of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Council, are there any questions on the agenda? Okay. Does any member of the council wish to pull any items from the consent calendar? Okay. City Clerk, are there any speaker cards on any items on the consent calendar?
Yes, Mayor, we have speakers for item 4, 8, and 9 on consent.
4, 8, and 9.
Yes.
And now we'll go to awards and recognition. And I'll kick it off. Tonight we are celebrating all of our hardworking and dedicated volunteers who generously give their time and skills to help others and contribute to our amazing city. Volunteering is the backbone of our community, and we are grateful to the thousands of volunteers for their commitment, hard work, and passion. April is National Volunteer Month, and tonight we would like to take the opportunity to highlight the incredible impact of our volunteers and recognize them for their dedication to our city. In 2024, 5,678 volunteers contributed over 39,000 hours to the city of Santa Clarita, an estimated value of $1.51 million. Santa Clarita wouldn't be the same without the devotion and selflessness of our volunteers. Volunteers were crucial to the success of 25 city events in 2024, bringing joy to thousands of residents who attended and participated in long-standing classics such as the Santa Clarita Cowboy Festival, which was held earlier this month, Light Up Main Street, as well as newer favorites like Celebrate Series and Make a Difference Day. Volunteers helped promote literacy throughout the summer reading program, the Family Literacy Festival, and other events at the Santa Clarita Public Library, as well as the after-school homework help program at the Newhall Community Center. They contributed to building and maintaining new trails throughout our beautiful open space, coaching and mentoring young athletes through youth sports, and beautifying our community by helping at the neighborhood cleanup event, River Rally, as well as graffiti removal and community beautification days. In 2024, 55 of our volunteers earned the President's Volunteer Service Award and collectively performed 9,809 volunteer hours. Some of them are here tonight to be recognized. Thank you once again to all of our volunteers for your dedication and for making a difference in our community. If anyone is interested in exploring the wide range of volunteer opportunities throughout our city, please visit the website santaclaritavolunteers.com. And so the City of Santa Clarita hereby proclaims the week of April 20th through 26th as the National Volunteer Week, and encourages residents to acknowledge the invaluable contributions volunteers provide our community. I love watching these pictures and seeing these volunteers, young people, middle-aged people, senior people, everybody volunteering in our community. It's just a wonderful, and unfortunately, I don't have the opportunity to read and look at the pictures at the same time, so I'm kind of stalling so I can see more of the pictures because it just makes you so proud to see so many people step up and help out. Wonderful. I'd like to invite the city's volunteer team to the dais to receive this proclamation, as well as our President's Volunteer Service Award recipients to be recognized. Please come up now. Sorry.
No.
I'm going to get my chair out of the way. I'll get the picture. Yeah. Thanks, Scott. Thank you.
All right, if we could have everybody squeeze in, please. We're needing to do choose the players here. Thank you. All right. We're going to look right here, holding all the awards. Ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Does someone want to speak on behalf of the volunteers?
Is there anything I need to say specifically?
You know, just since you like the mayor, he's a very good.
I just wanted to say I'm currently a high school student at Valencia right now. I'm a sophomore, and I think I started volunteering ever since 7th grade here, and the amount and the effort, like all the hours that I've kept through volunteering, and I think meeting all these new people, seeing Gabby and like the team, and like just getting to know people really well around Santa Clarita, making connections with people that like you never knew you can make connections with, such as like adults and like senior people as well, and also meeting and also meeting other high schoolers of your age, because it's just really nice to have that one common goal of making your community a better place. And I think it honestly starts from like being a younger person and working towards that same goal growing as an older person, and I really, really look forward to doing this in the future. So yeah, thank you so much.
Councilmember Gibbs.
Thank you, Mayor. Tonight, the City of Santa Clarita is proud to recognize two more very special volunteers in our community. Aidi Mahia and Harper Woodworth are senior Girl Scouts and dedicated community volunteers. They have each completed over 110 hours of volunteer service, earning them the prestigious Gold President's Volunteer Service Award. This accomplishment is more than just simply a number. It's a reflection of their deep commitment to living the Girl Scout promise and law. These young leaders have shown what it truly means to be honest and fair, considerate and caring, courageous and strong. By giving their time and talents so selflessly, they've not only met a national benchmark for excellence in volunteerism, they've upheld the highest ideals of what it means to be a Girl Scout. So congratulations to our Gold Award honorees. So we'd now like to invite up IED and Harper to the dais to receive their recognition, their medallion, their pins, and their certificates. Congratulations.
Parents and our troop leaders for helping us achieve this goal. I also want to thank them. I also want to encourage everyone else in the community to give back and volunteer too. Yeah, thank you.
Tonight, the City of Santa Clarita would like to recognize the hardworking and dedicated community court volunteers who generously give of their time and to support and mentor the youth of our community. These volunteers play a vital role in the community court program, helping to guide teens as they take responsibility for their actions and encourage them to make positive changes in their lives. Some of our community court volunteers have been dedicated to this program for over 15 years, consistently showing up to support the youth involved. Their long-term commitment has made a significant impact on the success of this program. Community court volunteers dedicate their time to preside over hearings, engaging with participants and their families, and providing meaningful feedback that helps shape the future of the teens that are involved. Additionally, volunteers support educational programs that teach the consequences of reckless driving and help teens reflect on their actions through impactful experiences that encourage personal growth and responsibility. The selflessness and commitment of these volunteers help make a lasting impact on the lives of the youth of our city, and we are incredibly grateful for their service. I'd like to invite the community court volunteers who are present tonight, as well as city staff, to join us at the dais for this recognition and to say a few words. Come on up.
I just want to thank the city and the sheriffs for letting us have the opportunity to talk to the teens and to explain to them the risk of their actions of reckless driving, talking on the phone, and the consequences of that action, that they made it through this time, but they may not the next time. And we want to add their name to the Youth Grove, and to hopefully our speaking of our loss of our sons, hopefully got the message to them, and hopefully they will pass that message on to their friends as well, because we don't want to add any more names to the Youth Grove. So thank you to the city for the opportunity to pass that message on. Thank you.
Before we go on to public participation,
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem West would like to say a few words.
Yeah, I have something I want to say. I wanted to say this before you got started with public participation. There have been articles in the newspapers and other journals about my involvement today on item number 1, suggesting that I have a conflict and should not participate in this matter. I have spoken with the city attorney, who has advised me that he does not believe that I have any conflict under any statutes, and that only a judge can determine whether I would have any type of conflict. In terms of my actions today, I believe that I have acted in the best interests of the city. However, I am concerned that my participation tonight will shift the focus of the discussion away from the merits of this project, which I believe is a very good project. Therefore, with an abundance of caution, I am choosing to not participate in tonight's agenda item number 1, and I will leave the dais.
Now we will move on to public participation. City Clerk. Thank you. We will start with Alan Ferdman, followed by Betsy Thatt. Speakers will have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Alan Ferdman, and I'm a Canyon Country resident. I've been a resident since before the city was a city. Now, I just listened to Lorraine, but I got to say that we have watched the council for years, and we know, we've watched them, and we can tell that the council pushes their own agenda many times, and there was never any way to really come forth with it until tonight, when Lorraine was so bold as to get that article written indicating that she had a conflict of interest, and I strongly disagree with our city attorney. Look, you can't belong to Historical Society and claim one thing and then become a city person and claim another. It's not the only place where we've done this. In 2010, we took over the libraries. You promised us, you as a council, who were on the council at that time, promised us that within a year you would name a board of library trustees other than yourselves. We're now 15 years later and you haven't done it. The sanitation district is controlled by the city of Santa Clarita and the Los Angeles County supervisor. And you raise our rates to the point where it is the most expensive assessment on our bills. Look, you have other ways of controlling the population, and you do it with joint powers agreements with SCV-TV. Make the city manager a member of that, and then you can control what gets broadcast. Look, I remember when I was writing for the Gazette and for the Signal, and I remember when the city sent their propaganda department down and told Chuck Champion that if he didn't stop publishing me, then you guys were going to take away advertising, and he blew you off. I'll bet you did the same thing with Budman. Look, it's time that the city of Santa Clarita City Council understand they work for the public. The public does not work for them. You don't get to decide exactly what happens. You do what is best for the city. And I got to tell you what, well, I'm waiting for agenda item 1 because I don't think this is the best item for the city either. Thank you very much.
Betsy Thatt, followed by Diane Zimmerman. Three minutes. Welcome.
Good evening, Council. My name is Betsy Thatt, and I'm a board member of the SCV Jewish Community and Friends Committee. On June 25th, 2024, I, along with other members of the Jewish community, spoke about concerns regarding an anti-Israel billboard that was put up on Soledad Canyon Road by the Unity Lab. I'm here today to bring awareness to the actions we took after that council meeting. First, I would like to thank you all for your unwavering support. We felt heard, appreciated, and motivated by your words to help bring our community and supporters together, which is something you all value and work towards. In the following 8 months, we worked hard in creating the first annual Celebration of Israel event that combined the 3 synagogues within SCV. The event consisted of speakers, vendors, children's activities, a Krav Maga demonstration, and raffles. We also had the Israel Ministry of Tourism present and KUFI, Christians United for Israel. Our state congressman was also in attendance, and our own city council representative, Lorraine West, gave a speech. We had an estimated 350 attendees. The Jewish community still feels the rising level of anti-Semitism after the attack on October 7th, 2023, but we are more united than ever, and we will continue to have pride in Israel, our Jewish traditions, and bringing people together in a positive way. We continue to pray for the release of the remaining hostages an end to terrorism, and an end to this war. The celebration of Israel event will be a recurring one and something that will keep on growing. On behalf of the committee, Rabbi Mark Blazer, Rabbi Honi Marazov, and Rabbi Jay Siegel, we thank you again for your support and we'll keep you updated on future events.
Diane Zimmerman, followed by Nancy. Welcome.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank Lorene West and Marcia for your sweet remarks about Elaine. At the last meeting, I was at the door, and I did hear you, and I felt the sincerity in your voices, and I want to thank you for that. I'm Diane Zimmerman, and I'm here for New California State, newcaliforniastate.com. It makes me sad that I and so many others have to be here to speak tonight. Had Elaine Ballas been able to attend, there is no doubt she would be sitting up front, ready to try to speak common sense to those of you who are elected to serve we the people. I just want to remind you of a couple of the many decisions you have made in just the past few years that have most definitely not been in the best interest of the majority of your employers. The placement of the lithium battery storage facility, one of the worst, if not the worst, decision you have made, even after proof was shoved in your faces as to the dangers to health and property these have been proven to cause. The state says we must, blah, blah, blah. Since when do we need to follow state mandates when we know they are so not the right decision for the well-being of those you work for? The smart electric, gas, and water meters you have so complacently told us were not your decisions, nothing you could have done to prevent them. Do speed bumps on Abelia ring a bell? Evacuation problems in emergencies, non-stop building of more and more dense housing, so much more. I'm afraid I have to call BS on your defense of your bad decisions. I urge you to listen, really listen to what these in opposition say. Whatever they come up and oppose, listen. Instead of having your decisions already made, please start to listen. Please do not make any more mistakes that are so detrimental to the well-being of your constituents. I don't think you mean to. I think you just don't get informed for yourselves. You rely on others like your appointed, not elected city attorney and his team to gather information for you. Maybe it's those others who need replacing. And one last thing, instead of writing your letters of opposition to the Los Angeles Board of Supervisors, how about you start going, at least a couple of you, every Tuesday to the Puck League meeting in person? Your letters are not working. Let's work together to make Santa Clarita Valley great again. Thank you.
Nancy, followed by Tony Maldonado. Welcome, Nancy.
Good evening. I'm here to address a critical issue, noise population from ongoing construction and how DigiSense Type 2 meter empowers us to protect our community's peace. As a resident, I cherish Santa Clarita's tranquility, and I urge you to act with us to enforce our noise laws. Our city is thriving with projects listed on santaclarita.gov. Rink Sports Pavilion at the Santa Clarita Sports Complex uses heavy machinery potentially exceeding 80 decibels daytime limits. Magic Mountain Parkway beautification employs asphalt grinders hitting 85 decibels. Vista Canyon Bridge and road improvements use pile drivers surpassing 90 decibels. Bouquet Canyon and Valencia Glen park upgrades and David March Park Phase 2 involve excavators and bulldozers breaching 80 decibels. These projects enhance our cities but disrupts our peace. Santa Clarita Municipal Code Chapter 11.4 sets clear limits, 80 decibels daytime 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. and 70 decibels nighttime 9 p.m. to 7 a.m. Violations trigger fines from $100 to $1,000, with repeat offenders facing harsher penalties. The Sheriff's Department verifies complaints and DigiSense's time-stamped logs like 85 decibels at 8 a.m. provide court-admissible evidence. Broader laws enforce Los Angeles County Code Title 12, Chapter 12.08, caps residential noise at 50 to 60 decibels with commercial adjustments. California Penal Code Section 415, reasonable noise carries 400 fines or jail. California Health and Safety Code Section 46000, excessive noise is a health hazard. Federal Noise Control Act of 1972, 42 U.S.C. Section 4901, persist violation could prompt EPA action and halting construction. California Constitution, Article 1, Section 1, guarantees our right to privacy from noise. The DigiSense Type 2 meter under $400 is a game changer. With an NIST traceable calibration, yearly $100 to $300 annually, meets the ANSI and IEC 61672-1 Class 2 standards, logging 32,700 readings for court-ready proof, and I purchased mine. So I urge everyone to purchase theirs so that we can keep Santa Clarita tranquil and peaceful. Thank you.
Tony Maldonado, followed by Spitfire Streets.
Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of the residents of Sierra Canyon Apartments, I stand before you. 230 families have not heard from this city regarding the Canyon Country Battery Storage System. This was approved by your Planning Commission in 2001 without one notice being received by any resident living within 500 feet of this facility. To date, no comments have been received by the city, by the residents from the city. Why? I advised every part of the leadership of the city in January when we had a big fire in Monterey County, which a month later we had another runway thermal effect in which a fire ensued again. What exactly are we waiting for? Are we waiting for Terragen to give us an answer as to what's going to happen with that facility? If that's what we're waiting for, it's never going to occur. Their facility in San Diego has had already 2 fires as well. What are we expecting here in Canyon Country? I don't blame you personally for this. I know you didn't vote for this. I know that you weren't aware of exactly what the Planning Commission did. But here and now today, 230 plus families live within 500 feet, some within 200 feet of those large battery cells. If a fire ensues, just like in Monterey County, what the hell are we actually all supposed to do? There's no evacuation plan. There's nothing set in place. And if you're going by what LAFD is going to tell you as to what they're going to do, I can actually tell you right now what they're going to do. Absolutely nothing. Why? Because there's nothing that can be done to suppress a fire once it starts. You have to let it extinguish on its own. In the meantime, what are these families supposed to do? Where are they supposed to go? What exactly will happen? There's no answer. It's been 4 months since what happened in Monterey County. And we have a ticking time bomb, and we're going by lobbyists and Terragen to give us some assurances. My friends, I can't accept that. I know you all personally. I know that you wouldn't want to see anyone hurt. So as a friend, I'm here on behalf of these families, asking for your support, asking for your help, and asking for clarity. It's needed. Thank you.
Spitfire Streets, followed by Dr. Abruhan. Hi. Welcome.
Hi, everybody. It's been a while because Jason hurt me. Just kidding. I just needed you to look up, dude.
I was writing your name, Spitfire Streets.
Well, what the heck? Anyways, a while back you guys were talking about building the bridge over on Bouquet, going across from the this side of Bouquet onto the other side, so kids aren't getting run over or hit on their bikes. I'm still waiting to see any construction on that. I was going up Skyline the other day, and they're tearing up the middle mediums, and I wonder why. It seems like this is being done all the time. Doesn't matter where. You guys build really beautiful flowers or plants, and then within a couple of years, boom, take it out, let's throw them away, start new again. This is causing a lot of construction. And as it is, we have enough traffic going around here, so what happens when we can't get through there because they're tearing up these things? Something's got to be done, guys. Of course, I have a complaint about you guys really needing to fight against Newsom. There's no reason you guys can't just open up, say we're the city council, and the heck with Newsom at this point. Also, I'm with Diane. You guys need to go to the Board of Supervisors meeting. I can tell you, I've been there before, and it was a joke. And I don't want this council here to be a joke. Also, there's so many questions that are asked and not answered by anyone on this committee. I want to know who authorized the junkyard in County Country. And I'm with Tony. Those batteries are a candle ready to blow up. And you guys need to be there. You need to see what it is. You guys really need to really get into it and learn what's going to happen. We have Gay Pride Month, which I don't mind because I have family members that are gay. But we need to have a Veterans Month as well. And regarding Elaine, I really would like to see at the end of this meeting, because I haven't been here, that you guys do something extra special while we're all here, not when we're gone. And I don't mean when we're dead. I just mean when we're at the building. So it's good to see you guys again. Jason, that's enough. Thank you very much.
Dr. Abruhan. Welcome, Doctor, and I apologize. I looked at the wrong place on the card.
That's okay. Doctors are not known for their handwriting. We all know this. Good evening, everyone. City Council, Mayor, my fellow Santa Clarita residents. I want to thank you for organizing this. It's actually my first City Council meeting of my life, so it's pretty special. I've been in Santa Clarita for 5 years. I'm an ophthalmologist here. I've been welcomed with open arms. For the last 2 years, I've lived in a beautiful community right here in Saugus on the corner of Copper Hill and Haskell, close to the Walgreens. One of the things I've loved about living here is the safety. It's one of the reasons why many of us choose to live in Santa Clarita. That all changed 2 weeks ago. Late Saturday night, early Sunday morning on April 13th, there was actually a shooting across the street, a few doors down from my house. Now, I wasn't home at the time, but when I got home, my neighbors all told me, Nathan, did you see what happened? I'm like, what's going on? So I checked my Ring camera footage, and you see a huge house party and a huge fight that's ensuing outside and gunshots that happen in Santa Clarita, like 5 minutes from here. And that is the point where us as neighbors said, no more of this. So it turns out that that house is actually owned by an adult movie star that rents it out as a short-term rental on Airbnb, VRBO, and other short-term rental sites as a party house. And she actually advertises this property on those listings on her adult websites. And so I've lived in that community for 2 years. We've called the police because of huge parties and noise complaints about 5 times. But once the gunshots started, that takes it to a whole nother level. Nobody here wants to live in a dangerous community like that. So my request is twofold. Number one, we've done everything as neighbors to try to shut that house down from short-term rentals, but it's booked between now and the end of August, almost every single weekend. So my request is, number one, for the city council and for the mayor to help us, the sheriff's department's on board, police department, to execute a cease and desist order immediately to prevent these huge parties from happening every weekend from now till August. And number two, to bring up the question of, do we want Airbnb, VRBO, short-term rental properties in Santa Clarita? Because they bring a lot of problems like this. Thank you.
City Manager, do you have any comments?
Thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. In regards to the last speaker, we are very familiar with the house. Subsequent to the shooting, we actually have sent the property owner notices of violation. We put them on notice for the parties and the issues that have occurred. We've sent letters to Airbnb as well as Verbo and the areas at which they are listed. They will be responsible for any sheriff and costs that are associated with their responses. I'll have staff reach out to the gentleman and get him more information. If we have information about parties that are going to occur, there are ways we can be proactive and get in front of it. So we will reach out to him, get the information, and we will address that house as we can. And then to answer Spitfire Street's question, the County of Los Angeles authorized the junkyard that she's referring to off of the 14 freeway.
Thank you.
Mayor? Thank you. I just wanted to know who would be responsible for an evacuation plan next to a lithium battery facility? Would that be the responsibility of the apartment owners? I don't know if there's a homeowners. Would it be our fire department? Because I know our fire department takes care in making sure that there are safety protocols, but is there one for something like this? Do you know?
I'm not familiar with a specific evacuation plan for that facility. We've met with the fire department multiple times, and based on their understanding of the facility as well as the training that they've done, they don't anticipate the need for any grand evacuation plans. The way that the storage facility is built, they're compartmentalized. So any fire in one is designed to extinguish within the one. And according to them, the product that's there, even if it does catch fire and there is some smoke in the air, that is not toxic, will not require an evacuation of the community. So that's my answer.
Okay, I don't know whether the residents there have been the ones questioning this, or if it's coming from Tony, but maybe there would be some kind of a public education where they can get information on what to do just in case. I don't know if they would notify the fire department and ask them to come and speak with them, or what. I know that happens a lot. So we can help facilitate that? Yeah. That would be good. Thank you.
And, you know, I also have been meeting with the city manager and our fire chief, and I was asking for extra inspection or how many inspections are mandated. Actually, it's one per year. I asked the fire chief to do more than what is required because of the proximity of our residents. Also, if the council is agree, I would like to direct the staff to create and investigate for an emergency plan, not only for those apartments, but also there's another trailer park with a lot of veterans and with problems with mobility that also I would like to have that emergency plan for those both areas.
I just want to concur. I went out and looked at that storage facility, and no, we didn't vote on it, but it would seem that the perception is probably terrifying for people, and they would probably feel much better if they got information directly from the fire department and that they knew there was a plan in place, and if there was a call in, that they knew exactly what the procedures were going to be and how it was going to work.
Okay, now we're going to go to council member comments, and we're going to start with an adjournment by Mayor Pro Tem West.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Tonight, our meeting is in honor an exceptional woman who I was very fortunate to call a dear friend, Diana Cusimano. For more than 3 decades, Diana has given her time, her talents, and her heart to Santa Clarita Valley. Whether she was in a classroom, a boardroom, or behind the scenes at a community fundraiser, Diana has been a constant force for good. Her record of community service to our city began in 1981 when she moved from Davis to Santa Clarita with her husband Gary and their 3 children. She was a former high school English teacher and a longtime substitute teacher in Newhall and William S. Hart Union High School districts. Diana was always an active volunteer in her children's classrooms and dedicating her time to school reading programs. She served as president of the Wiley Canyon Elementary School Site Council, and she spearheaded the establishment of the Newhall Elementary Education Foundation. She helped shape young lives, not only through education, but through opportunity, establishing scholarships, championing the arts, and ensuring the funding stayed in our local schools. Her volunteerism reaches far and wide, from College of the Canyons to the Sheila R. Vilos Breast Imaging Center, from the SCV Child and Family Center to the Boys and Girls Club. She has served on more boards and chaired more galas than most can count, always with grace and an eye for detail. And when Diana turned her passion for beautiful design into business, she did what she always had done. She poured her heart into it. Her hand-painted creations are more than just decorative items. They're expressions of love and of a life devoted to celebrating the everyday moments that bring people together. Diana was honored with the College of the Canyon Silver Spur Award, and she was named Santa Clarita Valley's Woman of the Year in 2006. We want to let her family and her husband and her friends and the countless people that knew her in the community know our hearts are with them. We will miss her greatly.
Thank you. Thank you. She was quite a lady, and I think most of us on the council knew her and send our best wishes or condolences, if you will, to her family. Okay, with that, Councilwoman McLean, would you like to start the council member comments, please?
We have a very long agenda tonight, and I'm going to forego any of my comments at this time.
Thank you. I'll do the same. And you'll do the same? Councilmember Ayala.
I want to share really quick the organizations I've been working this week, which is the fire department, since it's important not only for the emergency for the lithium battery, but also for emergency plans in general for the city. I've been in touch with the Fostering Youth, Independence, attended to the Saddle Up Art exhibition here in Santa Clarita, Cowboy Festival, being in touch with the business community at the Chamber Mixer, but also with the Valley Industry Association and the Aerospace and Defense Forum. I'll be in, of course, with some of the city events, census, Arbor Day, neighborhood cleanup, Splash and Dash Egg Hunt, and more, but just to do a brief summary. We can keep this
okay.
for later.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I have some comments. I'd like to talk about the Arbor Day tree planting ceremony. I believe we have a slideshow for that. Last weekend, the city of Santa Clarita proudly celebrated Arbor Day with a special tree planting ceremony at the Santa Clarita Sports Complex. City Council was joined by one of our local Girl Scout troops and the city's urban forestry team to plant a new tree near the monument sign, a meaningful gesture that symbolizes growth, sustainability, and our shared commitment to a greener future. Events like this remind us that even the smallest act, planting a single tree, can leave a lasting impact on our community and the environment we all share. Thank you, everyone who joined us in honoring this tradition. I also want to mention at the Cowboy Festival recently, very recently, we honored a great photographer, two-time Pulitzer Prize winner, Ken Lubis, whose photography is nothing but great. He's won 2 Pulitzer Prizes. He has photographed Santa Clarita from pretty much every angle there is to photograph here in Santa Clarita. He donated to the city what I think is a tremendous honor, a collage of some of his photographs for us to hang here at City Hall somewhere. And I just wanted to let everybody know that we have that collage, and we will not allow is the wrong word, but we will let the staff decide where it's best to hang it, where it can be seen by as many people as possible. Okay, thank you. And now, if you don't mind reading your statement again, Mayor Pro Tem.
All right, since we're going to have item 1 start, I want to reread this into the record. I want to thank you all for listening again. I'd like to say something before the hearing on item 1 starts. There has been articles in the paper about my involvement today suggesting that I have a conflict and should not participate in this matter. I have spoken with the city attorney, who has advised me that he does not believe I have any conflict under the statutes and that only a judge can determine whether I would have any other type of conflict. In terms of my actions today, I believe I have acted in the best interest of our city. However, I am worried that my participation tonight will shift the focus away from the discussion from the merits of this project, which I believe is a good project. Therefore, with an abundance of caution, I will be leaving the dais, and I choose not to participate in tonight's agenda item number 1.
Thank you.
See you later.
The hearing is now officially opened. We will receive comments, questions, and any oral protests from any interested person. When comments have been received, the hearing will be closed. Okay. The city staff will now make a presentation, after which the public will have an opportunity to comment. With that, I would like to turn the time over to Erica Iverson, Senior Planner. Welcome, Erica.
Thank you, Mayor Miranda. Good evening, members of the council. I'm Erica Iverson, a senior planner with the city's planning division. The item before you this evening is Master Case 24-134. This is a request for the construction of a new 5-story mixed-use building on Main Street in Old Town Newhall, and the demolition of the Masonic Lodge Courthouse building. The project site is about 3/4 of an acre and located at the corner of Main Street, Market Street, and Railroad Avenue, spanning the whole block on Market Street from Main to Railroad. The project site is located across Railroad Avenue from the Jan Height Metrolink station. The applicant, the Serrano Development Group, is the same developer that built Newhall Crossings just up Main Street at Lyons Avenue, Main Street, and 9th Street. The project proposes to demolish 3 existing buildings on site: the Max Pool Supply, shown here in blue, the Seasonal Horseshoe on Main Pop-Up Bar, formerly the Soundsations building, in green, and the Masonic Lodge Courthouse building, shown here in orange. And we'll be talking more about this building later in the presentation. The project site is located in the Old Town New Hall specific plan, and it's within the Arts and Entertainment, or AE zone, of the specific plan. The map here on the right shows the AE zone in red with the properties along Main Street and Railroad Avenue. And then the neighborhood zone shown in orange, which is along the outlying streets. The specific plan does seek to, or does envision a mixed-use environment with commercial storefronts along Main Street and residential units on upper floors. It envisions uses in the arts and entertainment zone with art galleries, theaters, specialty retail, and restaurants. The project is considered a full block development because the project site spans the total block along Market Street between Main and Railroad. The project consists of the construction of a new 5-story mixed-use building that's 52 feet in height. There's approximately 5,000 square feet of commercial space on the ground floor that fronts Main Street. There are 78 apartment units on the upper levels. The project proposes 122 parking stalls for use by the residential units, and the parking would be located behind the commercial space on the ground floor, as well as one subterranean level. Here's the project site plan, and there will be 2 vehicle entrances to the site. One, access from Railroad Avenue to the subterranean parking level. The second, from Market Street to the ground floor level of parking. In addition, the project proposes to close one existing driveway that's located on Main Street, and that would be replaced with 3 additional on-street public parking stalls. Here we're looking at the 2nd-story floor plan, and this is consistent with the unit layout on all of the upper floors. The apartments are oriented around an internal courtyard that is open to the sky. Common area residential amenities include a pool and spa on that central courtyard. Then there is a lounge and recreation amenity room and a garden corridor, and these common areas are highlighted in yellow. In addition, each of the units would have its own private balcony. This is a view of the proposed elevations. They've been designed with a Western Victorian architectural style of Old Town New Hall specific plan. The elevations take inspiration from the old Southern Hotel that no longer exists, as well as from existing buildings in Old Town, like the Old Town New Hall Library. We can see in these elevations that the building would be built all the way to the property line along each street frontage of Market, Main, and Railroad. On the interior property line, the north elevation in the bottom right, the setbacks would vary. On the first floor, setbacks would range from 0 to 5 feet, and then on the upper floors, the setbacks range from 5 to 10 feet. The project site, as mentioned, is located across the street from a Metrolink station, and as such, Assembly Bill, or AB 2097, doesn't allow the city to impose any parking requirements because the project site is so close to that major transit station, unless there's evidence of a substantially negative impact to existing residential or commercial parking. In order to assess the parking, the applicant prepared a parking demand study to evaluate their specific project, the existing parking supply in the area, to determine how many parking stalls would be sufficient to accommodate their project. The chart on the right shows the parking requirements of the Old Town New Hall specific plan. It shows the proposed parking from the project, and then lists the state baseline of 0 parking per AB 2097. So while our code requires 156 residential parking spaces, the project is providing 122 on-site parking spaces for the residential units. This is just over 1.5 space per unit. It's the same ratio that New Hall Crossings was required to provide at the time that that project was approved. The parking demand study indicates a need for 20 guest parking spaces, and the project is proposing to use the existing public parking spaces to meet that demand. This is similar to how New Hall Crossings was approved using the city's public parking garage to accommodate their guest parking. Lastly, the applicant is proposing to use the Old Town New Hall specific plan parking in lieu fee program, which allows developers to pay into a fund rather than providing required commercial parking. As mentioned earlier, the project proposal and request includes the demolition of the Masonic Lodge Courthouse building. This building is in the city's historic preservation ordinance and the Old Town New Hall specific plan list of historic structures. The historic preservation ordinance creates a minor use permit process that allows an applicant to ask the council to consider the demolition of a historic building on the list. The applicant has made a request through that minor use permit process. In addition to the city's historic ordinance, which creates the process, the Old Town New Hall specific plan EIR establishes the mitigation measures, which are the steps that have to be completed or met if a historic resource within the plan area is demolished. The applicant has provided a letter from the Santa Clarita Historical Society finding the historic integrity of the building has been compromised, and in their review of the building determined that the interior courthouse features no longer remain. For council consideration and to meet the mitigation measures of the Old Town New Hall specific plan EIR, the applicant has proposed to record the building in accordance with a historic architectural building survey and commemorate the building by installing a commemorative plaque on the exterior of the new building, as well as placing a dedicatory art installation inside the residential lobby of the new building. In addition, the applicant has proposed to make a monetary contribution to the city of $750,000 to support local historic preservation efforts. With approval of a minor use permit and adherence to the Old Town New Hall specific plan EIR mitigation measures, the project would satisfy the requirements of the ordinance and the specific plan. The applicant proposal is at the discretion of the council to approve, deny, or modify. The applicant is seeking a number of entitlements in order to facilitate the project. The agenda report outlines the entitlements in detail, and they're summarized here on this slide, including a minor use permit, a conditional use permit, and an adjustment permit. The Planning Commission conducted a public hearing on March 18th on this matter and voted unanimously to recommend approval of the project, recommending 2 additional conditions of approval, and these conditions are included as PC1 and PC2 in the draft conditions for council's consideration. The first is to require a parking management plan, both for the construction operations as well as the permanent project resident parking operations. The second is to require a plan ensuring the structural integrity of the adjacent building during construction. The Planning Commission also provided a few other recommendations for council to consider when evaluating the project, including consideration if there's any possible assistance for a relocation of the rafters group, possible accommodations during construction for neighboring KHTS radio station, and adjustments to the construction schedule to avoid conflicts with any city events planned in Old Town. All public noticing required by law has been completed. The project was contemplated under the Old Town New Hall specific plan EIR and will comply with all mitigation measures, including mitigation measures related to the historic resource. No further action under the California Environmental Quality Act is required. The recommended action for council is the adoption of a resolution to approve Master Case 24-134 and its associated entitlements for the construction of a new 5-story mixed-use building on Main Street and the demolition of the Masonic Lodge Courthouse building. This concludes my presentation, and I am available for comments. The applicant team is also here.
Thank you very much, and I would ask the council to hold their thoughts on this until we have given the applicant an opportunity to speak. If that's okay, I'm going to invite the applicant Jason Tollison to speak for up to 15 minutes. Welcome, Jason.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor Miranda, council members and staff. My name is Jason Tullis. I'm with Surrounded Development Group, and I'm very pleased to stand before you tonight to present the Hartwell Old Town Newhall's next transformative development project. This project builds on the success of our last venture on Main Street, Newhall Crossings. Our experience in developing Newhall Crossings in 2020, a process which started in 2012, is the reason I am standing here today. Our collaboration with city leadership and staff allowed for the development of an iconic project we can all be proud of. The Hartwell will further revitalize Old Town Newhall by providing much needed housing and new retail to the district, and I am pleased to present it to you tonight. Here's a short video to orient you to the project. Thank you. Just a quick overview on the project. It's 78 residential units, as Erica mentioned, 39 one-bedrooms, 35 two-bedrooms, and 4 three-bedroom units, just over 5,000 square feet of commercial space fronting on Main Street. Next slide. The multifamily portion of the project offers high-quality housing with amenities such as swimming pool and spa, club room, business center, lobby with mailroom, fitness center, outdoor barbecues and fireplaces, and a garden corridor. I wanted to give you a few photographs from other projects we've recently developed just to give you a sense of the quality of what we're planning to bring to Old Town Newhall. Next slide. The architecture represents extensive collaboration with city leadership, key stakeholders, and staff to ensure the Hartwell stands the test of time. The design goes to great lengths to embrace the rich history of Old Town Newhall. Elements of many important buildings can be seen in its architecture. Next slide. The Old Town Newhall specific plan represents an immeasurable investment of time and resources. It is the predominant document to inform key projects in the plan area. Developers and property owners rely on its visionary elements when making investment decisions. The Hartwell addresses many key descriptive criteria for new mixed-use projects, and here are a few. The project provides additional housing options in the Arts and Entertainment District, which would create eyes on the street to provide additional sense of security and investment along Main Street. Most notably, this helps meet RENA numbers, a state mandate for cities to produce housing in the boundaries of their city. It also represents the opportunity to live near transit, which is immediately adjacent to the project. There's a Metrolink station right across the street, as you know. The project provides additional housing, which will build on successful completion of previously completed catalytic projects to attract additional investment. Notably, the library, the streetscape improvements, countless facade and restaurant improvements, and the city parking structure all represent tens of millions of dollars of public and private funds in the district. And then lastly, to create a mixed-use, transit-oriented, pedestrian-friendly, live, work, and play environment that will provide dining, entertainment, retail, commercial, and housing choices to both residents and visitors. And this project checks all of those boxes. Next slide. We mentioned at the beginning Newhall Crossings, and I can say without fear of contradiction that this is the project that I'm most proud of that we've developed. And I can't tell you how many other city planning departments and city council members from other cities I've brought to Santa Clarita to show this project as an example of how to properly revitalize a downtown Main Street district. The project was awarded the 2022 NAOP Mixed Use Project of the Year as a finalist. The retail is fully leased, and anytime we have a vacant unit in the apartment building, it quickly leases. It's clear that there is a high demand for this product in the neighborhood. We still own and operate this asset. The project represents the largest single private investment in Old Town Newhall, and the Hartwell will be nearly twice that. I'm proud to say that we have a broad community support for the project. You will hear from some of those supporters tonight, in addition to 99 letters of support on file. Most notably, nearly every business in the immediate vicinity has gone on record to support the project. The main reason for this broad support from those most impacted by the construction is that they are desperate for the daytime traffic that comes with over 100 new residents on the street. They are fighting for their lives in many cases and need a more consistent and reliable customer base that comes with housing on Main Street. The Ahtna Merchants Association unanimously supports the project for the same reason. A few weeks ago, the Planning Commission unanimously approved the project subject to 2 conditions shown above, both of which are acceptable to us. They also raised 3 issues that I believe warrant further discussion tonight. Next slide. The first is the demolition of 24307 Railroad, which is also known as the courthouse building. So just to orient you to this building, the area shown in green is the original building built in 1931, and what is the historic element of what you see here. The red was added in 1968 as an addition and not considered to be historic. So the other issue with the red portion of it is that it creates a really dangerous traffic condition on the corner because it blocks the line of sight from southbound traffic on Railroad turning right on Market, and there have been a number of accidents and deaths on that corner. The building is owned by Mindy Bish, who runs her law firm out of the building, who has since relocated to Florida, and we're in escrow to purchase this property. Next slide. So just to kind of take a step back and assess the historic contribution of the property in its current form, we consulted with many people. One of them was Leon Warden, who you all know is a local expert on these types of matters. He was a city council appointed member of the Newhall Redevelopment Committee for 15 years, from 1997 to 2012. And he wrote a letter that you received in a file this morning. And I'd like to just kind of paraphrase portions of that because I think it's illustrative of what we're working with here. So he says, the city did not have access to the county's historic building permit files in 2009 when a city consultant evaluated the buildings in Newhall for protection under the city's historic preservation ordinance. The consultant reviewed property tax records, which seemed to indicate that the courthouse building in its present form was completed in 1935. The city now has the historic building permit files. We now know that the wraparound addition that obscures the view of the original building was constructed in 1968, not 1935. Had the consultant known it was a modern addition, then by the standards that the consultant applied to every other building in Newhall, the courthouse would not have been eligible for listing. Next slide, please. We also consulted the Santa Clarita Historic Society and pulled a couple of excerpts from their letter. The gist of that is that the board unanimously recorded its non-opposition to the removal of the building at 23407 Railroad Avenue, commonly known as Ye Olde Courthouse. The building, whose historic integrity was severely compromised by an unfortunate 1968 remodel. Next slide, please. Despite the determination that 24307 Railroad offers little contribution as a historical resource in its current condition, it is still worthy of commemoration. Accordingly, we intend to honor the history of the old courthouse and the other historic properties in the district within the Hartwell. Here are some examples. First is we're taking architectural inspiration from historic New Hall structures, as well as the original livery and feed store that once stood in this site's location. Second, there will be 2 murals located along the north elevation to pay tribute to New Hall and William S. Hart's influence in the area. Third, we will be installing a commemorative plaque on the exterior of the building to identify historic elements of the site. And lastly, we will be creating an art installation within the lobby to commemorate the Masonic Lodge and Courthouse building. There's been much discussion about the feasibility and cost of relocating 24307 Railroad. I would like to dive into the technical and economic challenges in some more detail for your benefit. We analyzed the cost and logistical issues of moving the building to Hart Park as a potential site that would be the closest and least complicated. To be clear, Hart Park is not a viable option for many factors, but it is useful as a case study to demonstrate the immense complexity and cost of such an effort. You can see on the aerial map of the site and the location within Hart Park that it could conceivably go. We have 8 power lines that would need to be relocated and 6 signals that would need to be modified. The building would need to be cut in half and because of its width and trucked down to the entrance of Hart Park, at which point we would need to demolish the gate to get into the park and remove power lines and cut down trees. This is a closer view of the entrance. You can see the main entrance is 19 feet wide, not wide enough for even half the building to fit through, power lines and trees in the way. Obviously, lots of conflicts here. And then there's the issue in the next slide of what would happen to the house if we tried to move it. So when you cut it in half, first we would have to demolish the red portion of the building off of the green portion of the building, which would inherently damage the portion you were trying to preserve in theory. And then due to the width of the structure, it would need to be separated for transportation, likely causing structural damage and diminished historical elements like windows breaking and damage to architectural features. And then transporting the building poses risk for extensive damage due to vibrations. Next slide. There's a detailed cost estimate in the package you received. This is a summary of that. But if you were just, there's so many unknowns that would go with an endeavor like this, but just to try to put some numbers to it, we estimate between $2.7 and $4 million to move the building, which is obviously prohibitive and not something that would work or be viable for a project of this scale. Next slide. Another benefit of demolishing the structure is the improvements to the intersection. So we've consulted with traffic and we have conditions of approval that relate to this intersection. So I want to walk you through these. I think this will immensely improve public safety on this corner. The first is the building is kind of truncated on the corner. So it's the corner of it's chopped off. You have a little triangle there to improve the line of sight for drivers making a right-hand turn onto Market from Railroad traveling south. The next one is there's a bulb out in the sidewalk that it was left there because the existing building is so close to the property line.
Jason, you have 1 minute.
Okay. All right. All right, I will speed this up then. So there's a lot of, let's flip through the intersection stuff here. Okay, I'd like to talk about the impact fee. I think that's a issue that is front and center. And just to make clear that there's no underlying agreement about what the impact fee is. This is my proposal to the City Council about what I believe the project can afford, the most that the project can afford. And this is before you today to say yes or no to. There's no underlying agreements in place. That's what we're here today to talk about. So our proposal is that we pay an impact fee of $750,000 for the loss of the building.
Can you close in 10 seconds, 15 seconds?
We have an acoustic study talking about the noise impact to the neighbors that I think mitigates that the concern, or it should. It's an expert that did a study. So.
Okay, thank you. We want to go to public speakers.
Well, just one comment. Would it be all right with the council if after the public speakers, if Mr. Tolleson would like to come back up and finish his presentation or answer any, would the council be okay with that?
He's allowed to rebut anyway, so
The question is to the council.
he's allowed to rebut, so he'll have some time and he can.
I would prefer to know all the information, even if it takes more time, because this is an important decision for the area.
And the answer is yes.
Thank you.
And now we'll go, stand by, but we'll go to public participation. Speaker cards, please. Okay. We have a lot of speakers. You each get 3 minutes. City Manager, we wanted to have Mr. Goldman at this time. Okay. Okay. He's the first speaker. Welcome.
Thank you, guys.
Carl, welcome, and you have 3 minutes.
Okay. So I'm pleased to announce we believe we've worked out issues with the developer based on emails between the lawyers late this afternoon. We're still requesting the City Council postpone a decision on this project until your next meeting to see if we can finalize an agreement. We still want to make the following comments in order to preserve the record. Jerry and I have owned KHTS since 1990. During those 35 years, we've worked very closely with all of you. We've supported you in public and behind the scenes on many challenges, including fights against Ellesmere Canyon and CEMEX. We filled the void during dozens of disasters and stepped out in front in many instances when your hands were tied to do so, like the mudslides in Canyon Country, the car that drove through a crowd at the mall during the July 4th fireworks, and the Saugus shootings. We advocated for the city during our 16 years of trips to Sacramento and Washington, D.C., and we even shared a good laugh over our annual April Fool's joke. We've worked closely with Lorraine on many endeavors, including her pet open space project, which will be the pinnacle of her legacy. So this is not personal, but she is self-interested and has a conflict of interest because of this secret side deal with the developer, getting him to pay the $750,000 to allow one of Santa Clarita's 11 historical buildings to be destroyed that she previously advocated should be preserved. We're glad that Lorraine recused herself from this hearing since there's clearly self-interest in determining the project's outcome. Now we're asking the rest of you to support our survival. Our request is extremely reasonable as a compromise. We want, during the 2 years of construction, we've hired an acoustic expert who concludes we can't compete with the noise of the drilling and the coring. So we asked for 2 conditions. One, that the drilling and the coring doesn't begin until 8 a.m. Monday through Friday and 30 minutes during lunch. The developer can blast away the other 155 and a half hours in the week. He can also do other construction during those early hours, and then work out a feasible solution for us to relocate our base of operations in our own existing building so we can continue to broadcast because of the significant expense involved. We're asking the council to delay your decision tonight to allow the developer to work through our challenges our challenges and others that will be brought up tonight by our Old Town neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, do you mind if I can just say one thing?
Yes.
You know, I watched the Planning Commission meeting, and the chair of the Planning Commission asked the audience not to applaud because we will be here even longer than it's going to take to hear all of you. Now, you all behaved really well then. I hope you're going to behave well here as well. It's no big deal. You can use this as whether you agree with the speaker or not. And I'm just asking for some cooperation and decorum, and I know you can do it.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Next speaker is Mark Hershey, followed by Jerry Cerati Goldman. Welcome, Mark. You have 3 minutes.
I'm speaking for two people, so a twofer. The first one, Pastor Jerry Cook's wife's birthday today, so he absconded from coming. His letter is, I, Jerry Cook, am writing this letter in support of KHTS hometown station, Carl and Jerry Cerati Goldman, and in the need for live local radio. We are asking the city to mitigate the Serrano Development Group's proposal by having them curtail blasting, drilling, or coring between 6 a.m. and 9 a.m. Monday through Friday and 30 minutes during lunch. Additionally, we're also asking the developer to pay the cost incurred in the move of the station as soundproofing and electrical will incur an unnecessary burden on the station. Thank you to the Santa Clarita City Council for taking time to consider this agenda item. It is his desire that these reasonable requests be made. Kindest regards, Pastor Jerry Cook. Now for me. My name is Mark Hershey. I've been a resident since 1970. I'm only here representing myself. I have very good friends on both sides of this issue. As far as I can tell, no one's asking to stop the project, just postpone approval until the involved parties can reach an agreement. There's no urgency for this development, no urgency to make this decision tonight. It's my understanding that the Planning Commission needs to revisit their evaluation of some factors concerning the development. The environmental impact report needs to be more completely evaluated. I think that was a little skimpy. Reconsider parking demands after the additional businesses and apartments are completed. I noticed on her little deal, it was recommended by normal Planning Commission stuff, there was 155 or so parking, but the state, because of their wisdom from the governor, says none is required because it's within a half mile of a Metrolink station, so they're going to graciously do 122. There's going to be a lot of parking problems there for people just coming to the businesses, and the residents might overflow that. And then closing one of the lanes on the southbound, I thought it was Newhall Avenue, but maybe it's Railroad. It'd be a nightmare, those two lanes, if they close one of them. It's already a disaster trying to get, luckily I don't have to go down that freeway anymore, the 14 or Sierra Highway, but getting past that's going to be awful. And I do go to Green Thumb Nursery regularly, so that will be a problem. I'll do it different hours, but that's blocking it. That two-lane thing is horrible. And my understanding, there was a half-an-hour delay last week because something happened at the train light there. The KHTS family is a champion of our community. They've always been supportive of the city of Santa Clarita and its projects. The radio station has advocated for residents of Santa Clarita and has been a powerful leader when facing important issues affecting our citizens. They've always protected our people and businesses. They continue to host the local home and garden event this weekend, sponsor trips to Sacramento, and support numerous local nonprofits. I think the request is reasonable, and you can put it off until it's ironed out. Thank you.
Thank you. Jerry Cerati, followed by Fred Arnold.
Good evening. We are asking the council to delay your decision tonight. It will be impossible for us to broadcast from our studios in its current location. Our building is butted up against the proposed project. Mere 1/8 of an inch separates us. The environmental impacts on our property and businesses were not studied or considered, and it was up to the city and the developer to do that, not the other way around. In fact, Serrano's presentation at last month's Planning Commission hearing doesn't show our building. It was screened off through slides. from their digging. We're not asking for much in mitigation measures. Conditions of approval: don't drill or core, which creates excess noise well above the permitted decibels and will interfere with our broadcast before 8 a.m., Monday through Friday, to allow our highest revenue generated programs not to be silenced, and fix 30 minutes during lunch hour so we could slot local interviews into that time slot. We are even offering to cut our lucrative morning drive hours, reducing their drilling starting time from 9 to 8 a.m. because we were told 9 is not practical. That's only an hour a day during weekdays with no drilling, since they're not allowed to start construction before 7 a.m. Surely that isn't asking too much. Serrano can do other construction during that early hour and blast away the 155 and a half hours in the week. We encourage the city and the developer to come up with workable solutions. Tonight, we are asking for additional time to avoid legal challenges and allow the law firm we just hired to review, comment, and produce additional reports. I'd also like to address, Jason, the issue with the accidents on the back is not at the corner. It's behind the bakery where there's a slight curb. On Railroad, you have a 45 mile per hour, and on Newhall Avenue, you have that. Behind us, it goes down to 35. There's a curb behind the bakery that's caused 4 accidents in the last 2 years, the last one being a fatal with an arm at the corner of the Rafters building. Thank you.
Thank you. Fred Arnold, followed by Alan Ferdman.
Jerry, good job. I know how much you love to talk in public. I really appreciate Lorraine West's comments about Diana Cusimano, the ultimate volunteer. So thank you, and I'm very proud of our city. You guys get a lot of attacks here, and I couldn't be happier to live in a safe, kind, loving place that allows people to grow and raise their families. So with that said, I'm in support of the project with the condition that a permit or approvals doesn't happen until there's an agreement with KHTS. Progress is good. It's critical for a city, or else it's going to be in decline. Just think if they never started with Target, which led to the mall, which led to the development of Newhall. Thank goodness, when I was a young man here, I didn't go past Old Orchard, fearful because it was a much different area. And the money that was put in so long ago was so critical in redeveloping it. And the project you did at Newhall Crossings was second to none. And I'd love to see it once the agreement with KHTS is done. You think of, though, it's not just developers that develop our city, it's people. You think about Don Fleming, Otto Rowe, Sherry Fleming, volunteer of the world, right? You think of fiscal responsibility, Ken and Ken, along with Jason. Those are the difference makers in our city. You think about the work Lorraine's done. Yes, with the Preservation Society. Absolutely, I'm proud of the work she's done. Thank goodness it's been a passionate. CMEX is no longer with us because of the people we have, thanks to Marcia and Congressman McKeon and so many others. Patsy, I know you're going to make a big input. But it's about the people. Where will we be if we lose Carl and Jerry Goldman? I don't want them to sell the building. I want them to stay. Because when it came to an earthquake on January 17th, they were there. They were the voice of our city. Yes. When it came to fires, they were we cannot silence them. I'm fortunate enough to have 360 suites and about 140 executive suites in Santa Clarita, and they come to work because it's peaceful and quiet. And the interns are going to go and report on the news, and if there's an emergency, they're going to be there to help our citizens. They've been the voice of business. They've been the voice of our city. They've been the voice of nonprofits. So I encourage you to consider postponing this decision until an agreement is made so that we can put pressure on making an agreement and not spend a lot of money with attorneys. So thank you for listening to this. Thank you for all of you do, all the flack you take. I know it's hard when you go home, you feel beat up. And I applaud you for all the hard work you do for our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Alan Ferdman, followed by John Lauerman.
Good evening again, Mayor and City Council members. You know, I remember when I first moved here in 1965. You could drive down Soledad and smell the onion fields. You could go to the drive-in. You could listen to Speedway. There are a lot of things that are not here anymore. And all of a sudden I heard, we want to maintain Old Town Newhall, right? So what did you do? First of all, you cut traffic off so it only goes in one direction. We used to drive through it all the time. Little shops, really nice. Then what do? You built this huge, gigantic library. Then next comes the crossing. When the crossings came, I remember being in the Old Town Newhall Association, we said, now watch the 5-story buildings march down the street. And that's right where we are now. You think that that is in tone of Old Town Newhall? Is that what you're going to preserve? Is 5-story apartment buildings? I thought you were going to try to keep the flavor of Old Town Newhall, which you're destroying piece by piece. I feel like I've been lied to. I feel like that it's not what you said you were going to do. Now, all of you weren't there. The other thing that I think is very important is Patsy now is our District 1 elected representative. I want to hear her tell me that this is a great project, that this embraces Old Town Newhall. I'd like to see someone build a project like this in the middle of Oatman, Arizona, and claim that this is what's there. You know, I've been going there for the last 40 years. There's twice as many buildings there as there were when I first went there, but you can't tell where the buildings are because they're all built in the same flavor of what was there at original. This is not what was there originally. You ended up spending $15 million to keep a theater going that would probably go bankrupt if you didn't do it. You're destroying Old Town Newhall, and I don't know what's left. Soon the Speedway will be gone. Old Town Newhall will be gone. I really wish you would consider what you promised, and that was to maintain the flavor of Old Town Newhall, and maybe we can have a place like Gaslight Square in St. Louis where you go to see things, little shops, restaurants, music, not a 5-story apartment building, not in the least. Thank you.
Okay, John Lyerman, followed by David Doyle.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is John L. Traditions prohibit me from telling my last name. It's a little bit of my history. 30 years ago, I was dying on the inside. I was dying on the outside. I was a menace to society. I was hopeless. I stumbled into a group called the Rafters. It's a 12-step program, and again, traditions prohibit me from telling you what the name of that. That's our traditions. We can't mention that, but you know what it is. And in that group, they saved my life. They turned me into a productive member of society. I have a family now. My life is good. And I just want to point out a couple of things to you guys. Like, I'm sure that you all personally or know somebody that very close to you that you love that is probably alive tonight because somebody stumbled into the Rafters like me and wasn't on the road driving around causing a fatal accident and an awful moment in your life. The Rafters, we don't charge money. Okay, we don't make any money. We're not that kind of an organization. We're coming to you tonight to ask you to please help us. We're getting removed from the old courthouse. They mention the courthouse. They don't mention the Rafters. It's over 50 years we've been upstairs in that Masonic Lodge, and there's a tremendous amount of history up there. A lot of history, a lot of sobriety, and a lot of people got well up there, and a lot of people's lives have been saved within those walls. They talk about the courthouse not being the same. What's different upstairs? We look at those rafters up there because the Masonic Lodge built those rafters. It's the same up there, and that's just as much part of history of Santa Clarita as anything at the courthouse is. So what we're asking is, we know we can't save ourselves from being moved out of there. We're asking the city to help us. We can't afford to pay the kind of rent that these prices cost in downtown Newhall. We want to stay where we are in the main area of Newhall, but we can't do it financially. We're going to need some help. There's a building, the senior center, we talked about with the VAs maybe moving into that. It's a huge building, maybe something like that. could be worked out with us, give us a really good deal on rent. If you guys could do that, that would be great. As far as the building, now on a personal note for myself, I heard a lot about why the building couldn't be moved. I didn't hear anything about how it could be moved. You know, if it has to be cut in half and moved down 4 streets down, I'd like to see the $2.5 million that they're talking about. I don't know about all that. I've heard electricians say they can move those lights and move them back. It isn't that expensive. Maybe it's something we could look at and save that part of the building, because that 50 years of the rafters, I would be willing to bet we would leave it exactly the same so that you could have it memorialized down there at Hart Park about the 50 years of lives that have been saved in that building. So please consider that before you tear it down. Thank you.
David Doyle, followed by Jade Arbajan.
Hi, Commission. My name is David, Chairperson of Rafters. First and foremost, I want to emphasize it is not our intention to stand in the way of progress. As such, we're excited to see the continued work being done on behalf of the City of Santa Clarita to continue with the architectural improvements of Main Street in this area known as Old Town Newhall. We felt it of paramount importance to stand up and be heard to ensure the preservation of a location in Old Town Newhall so that we can continue as a centerpiece of recovery in the Santa Clarita Valley, as we have for more than the past 50 years. There are options for success for all of us here. With the loss of our location used for 50 years, Rafters needs a new long-term home in the Old Town Newhall area. We have identified a location in our negotiations for a short-term lease keeping us in Old Town Newhall. That is thanks to the developer and to Aetna, who stepped up and provided us with this location and are helping us, and they're instrumental with this challenge. This will give the city time to help the Rafters with our request for a long-term lease. Our preferred option is moving only one time. But to be realistic, we know that probably won't happen. With over 500 plus members, our goal is to continue to serve the community. Our program enhances public safety, economic growth in the Newhall community. We ask the City Council to vote and recommend a long-term lease on one of the following options for the Rafters Group, or another option that I may not list tonight. Option 1 is the Roger Dunn Building at 24206 Main Street. Perfect building. It can be put to use. Option 2 is the Senior Center, 22900 Market Street in Newhall. Another perfect building. And the best part about either building is we only need a portion of either building for us to house our group. The details can be worked out with the city manager over time. The short-term lease that we're negotiating right now is a maximum of 3 years, so we have a little bit of time, but we really want to maintain our influence in the work that we do in Old Town Newhall. Option 3 that we have on the board is with the consideration from the developer and the current building owner. They have given us permission to remove the old trusses if the building's to be demolished, and remove all the wood paneling, and remove all the historic parts that are inside that building in the whole second floor of the old Masonic Lodge, so that it can be stored and repurposed and be reused to create a single-story structure at a later time, so we could recreate that whole environment and have history live. What we would need help on that is for the city to, well, one of the many locations that I've identified, and I've done it in my emails to you, that the city owns tons of vacant property all around Old Town Newhall, where another property could be reconstructed, maybe with private funds, maybe with a combination of grants, who knows? The possibilities are out there. Like I say, we have many options. We ask the city to step up like the developer has and help us the best they can. Thank you.
Jade, followed by Cindy Justin. Welcome, Jade.
Hello. Earlier, Carl Goldman mentioned that an acoustic expert had come into KHTS to do an analysis. He can't be here tonight, so I will be reading his letter. From Brad Keeler, who is a studio engineer from Progressive Designs Incorporated. To the Santa Clarita City Council, I inspected the KHTS radio studios at 24320 Main Street in Newhall on March 4th, 2025. It is my professional opinion that the radio station cannot broadcast from its current studio location while drilling and coring is taking place during the proposed Serrano construction. There is no additional dampening and acoustical treatments that can be added to prevent the sound from overwhelming KHTS's broadcasts without major construction. Studies show that nearby drilling ranges between 90 to 114 decibels. Prolonged exposure to noise at that level can cause major hearing loss. Construction is butted right up to 1/8 of an inch of their building. The Santa Clarita Noise Code designates an outside noise level between 50 to 70 decibels. To further the complication of this, the noise generated is an impact noise into the soil that KHTS sits on directly next to the excavation site. I would expect low-end frequencies below 80 hertz to transfer through the soil for at least 100 feet, possibly more. The only method that would prevent this level of transfer would be to build a completely decoupled structure with a spring-loaded floating floor. This would require extensive demo to the existing structure to achieve this level of decoupling. Merely adding dampening and acoustical treatments to a room will improve the acoustics of the space, but sound isolation requires multiple steps in the construction of a building. As mentioned above, decoupling walls, ceilings, and floors from any structural components, as well as mass to the walls, is the only way to properly achieve sound isolation. The KHTS proposal to have a moratorium on drilling and coring before 8 a.m., Monday through Friday, and for a fixed 30 minutes during the noon lunch hour seems like a fair compromise. Respectfully, Brad Keeler. Thank you all for your time.
Cindy, followed by R.L. Yunkin.
Good evening. First, I'd like to say before I start my little speech is I stand before you because I know that you are leaders of our community. You're very important. You are the leaders. But the people that are more important are the ones that are sitting behind me. They are the community residents. This is the community you people work for. And I hope that you find it in your heart to listen to each and every one of their issues, because every single person behind me is important, and so are their concerns and issues. Thank you. For the last several years, I have stood here expressing my support for each and every one of you, but tonight I'm here to show my support and concerns for the fellow residents and business owners, which are Carl and Jerry Goldman and KHTS hometown station. I have lived here for almost 30 years, and KHTS has been an important part of my life, as many here feel the same. They are true assets to our community and have supported each and every one of you sitting up there in many ways. We should all be thankful for them and their continued support. The Goldmans have been enormous pillars for many SEV nonprofit organizations in our city. One great example is the SEV Food Pantry. It would behoove this community tremendously to keep those wonderful programs alive and well, but we can only do this by keeping the KHTS afloat to do so. The Goldmans are only asking for the city to mitigate this Serrano Development Group's proposal by having them curtail blasting and drilling between 6 a.m. and 9 a.m. Monday through Friday. In addition, they are asking for the developer to pay the cost of relocating and soundproof the walls, as they will not be able to function otherwise. This seems reasonable. I understand this is a business, there's money in the pockets, you've crossed all your T's and dotted all your I's, but I do not understand your willingness to turn your backs on people and businesses who strive to be an asset to your community and to have supported you in many ways than one. You see, this isn't only a money or legal issue, this is a moral issue. And on a different note, has anybody thought about the lack of parking and the dust particles that will plague the air surrounding the businesses on Main Street? People will no longer feel safe walking around, dining in this on Main Street. Downtown Newhall will be crippled for years. These decisions of construction will not only affect KHTS, but it'll affect the livelihood of many others. In closing, my hopes are that you put this issue on hold and work together with the Goldmans, as their requests are more than fair and reasonable. Please do the right thing for your community and help KHTS hometown station stay alive. Thank you.
Mr. Yunkin, followed by Ariana Pearson. Welcome.
Good evening, council. Excuse me, members. I say lightly opening, I once heard that the two most incredible speeches was the Gettysburg and the Sermon on the Mount. They both lasted only 5 minutes. We get 3. I'm going to make every word count, and we can move forward with that. I'm an investor in several buildings on Main Street. I saw great potential, things going well, everything was. Now I'm starting to see some of the shops closing up. Could be multiple reasons, economy, I just don't know. But if this catches on and people panic, tend to do that with their money and their possessions, that could be, and I don't make a joke out of this, a western town could become a ghost town. And that doesn't help any of us with revenue, places to go, things to do, family safe. So I hope that these words count enough to let this project go through. More will benefit than less that won't. And that's just a basic majority thing. So I thank you for your time. I love walking down those streets, but I don't want to give up on my capital investments that I have there to make it better. And I'm not involved with this project at all. I have other buildings there. I don't want them to have to say, I got to get out of here, fire sale. Where does my money go then? It probably doesn't stay in Santa Clarita. I love this place. Thank you very much for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. Ariana Pearson, followed by Tim Ben Boydston. Welcome.
Good evening, distinguished members of the City Council. My name is Ariana Pearson. I'm very tired. I will try to be succinct. I am here to state my support for the Rafters Group as a member of Rafters Group. Just want to state, out of respect for my group and its members, not everyone being rude or disrespectful is a part of our group. We are tenants of the old Masonic Lodge courthouse being torn down. Rafters Groups has helped me personally grow from being a disabled veteran, living in my car, to now a current employee of the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power. What this group does for people and other fellow members of this community I now call home cannot be quantified. It's immeasurable. As someone stated previously at the last meeting, not just members of the public, but members of the council, the planning commission as well. To sum it up, probably takes less than 6 degrees of separation to find someone near you or close to you that has been affected by our group in a positive way. We are asking for your assistance in helping us to continue this work that we do. As a group, as a group that has asked for nothing for the last almost 51 years, Raptors Group has existed. Any property, as our chairman mentioned earlier, that is owned by the city could help us with a long-term solution, because all we have right now are short-term solutions. Assisting the Raptors Group assists this community we call home. I'm not from here. I've been living here for 6 years. I live here faithfully. I'm proud to say I live in Santa Clarita. I want to raise a family here. All of it. I love this place, and I care for it just as much as you do, serving the community. We do the work that we do so that we can help people help another person in the future. It's not about what we can get in return. It's not about being recognized, though it really was cool to see all of the volunteers and everything. It's just about helping the community, helping that next person trying to get their life together too. Helping that next person that's living in their car trying to get it together as well. Shucks. That's what we are about. And we just want to continue to serve this community. Yeah. Shucks. Shucks, man. I don't know, any way that you can help us along with the radio station or anyone else. I'm not here to oppose or deny anything. I'm here for the Rafters Group and what we do for this community, because it is important. Little do you know, your courthouse sends people, and most of the people, when they come, they go to either our clubhouse or there's another one in town, depending on where they live. All of these clubhouses that are out here affect the community. Yes, thank you for letting me speak, and I'm being videotaped, so I love you, Mama Bear.
Tim Ben, followed by Lindsay Schlick. Welcome, Tim Ben.
Good evening, Mayor Miranda, council members, and City Manager Shiplin. I am Tim Ben Boytson, Executive Director for the Canyon Theater Guild and former City Councilman. I'm here to ask you to reject this project and send it back to the drawing board. It's too big, doesn't supply enough parking, destroys a historic building, the home of our amazing local AA chapter, and is hurting our hometown radio station. I don't know how this project got through planning. It violates the downtown Newhall specific plan by going up 5 stories, almost twice the allotted height. The only time a project this large is allowed is when the project is a full block development. It has to occupy a whole block and it has to have streets on every side. The code is very clear. This is a half block cut right down the middle, not 3 streets, all the way around. That's because we have a massing problem and you have a canyon effect when you have a single story and it goes up 5 stories. That's good planning. The plan costs $2 million. You might as well throw it out, the whole plan, if you go forward with this. None of the parking in this project are for anyone else except the tenants in the building. People are confused about it. They're not building more parking. They're building a parking problem. The developer is not building enough parking for the apartment tenants and their guests. The 78 units are required by code to have 2 spaces each, half a space for visitors, equals 195 spaces. In addition, if the commercial space is filled with restaurants and bars, it'll need 52 spaces to accommodate those uses. The project will use as many as 247 spaces. They're building 122. It leaves 125 cars that'll be parking around Newhall. With 26 spaces taken away that are there right now, we could be in the hole for 151 spaces. Now, some city officials are saying their hands are tied because of State Law Assembly Bill 2097 says 0 parking spaces are required for residential commercial space that's built close to the Metrolink station. What they don't say is this law applies, quote, unless there's a negative impact on residential and commercial parking within 1/2 mile of the project site. Everyone who has a business or residence within a 1/2 mile of this project's going to know there'll have it be a negative impact. The parking study that developer bought is a mess. They pretend there's more spaces on the street than there are. I'm going to give you a study of the actual number of available streets parking in the studied zone. They say that there is a surplus of 4 spaces at peak demand. These spaces must be spaces in front of fire hydrants, driveways, or loading zones. The parking consultant paid by the developer claims this project doesn't even need 2 spaces. Everyone in Santa Clarita knows that's nonsense. We farmed our own city so that we could leave bad planning by the county behind. I live in a project close to that. There are spaces all over with cars coming from that project. Those people need 2 people working to make those rents. I thank you for your time. We need to reject this project, send it back, and get everyone together and redo it. Thank you, and God bless the city of Santa Clarita.
Lindsay Schlick, followed by Lori Rendell.
Good evening, council members. Good evening, Mayor Miranda. I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. I very much sympathize with all of the community members who are being inconvenienced by this project. I really think it is important for us to try and meet as many issues as we possibly can. I also am in favor of this project. I do think that this is such a beautiful development that can fill this space. I think it's one of the best plans that I have seen as a chamber board member for this space, and I think that has been proven in the within the Newhall Crossings development and how the community has truly enjoyed that space. The restaurants, the shops, the movie theater, and the living spaces since that development has been created. So I really do hope that we can come to a consensus and make sure that this project can be built, but also help the community at the same time. Thank you so much. Yes, I do. I've lived here for 18 years. I'm a Newhall local resident, and I'm a small business owner in this town. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor? City Clerk, the handout we had, that wasn't for the current speaker. Was that for Mr. Boydston?
That was for Mr. Boydston.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Hi, Lori.
Hi. Good evening, Mayor and
members, my name is Lori Rendell. I've been a resident of Santa Clarita since 1974. I've seen a lot of changes over the years, especially in Newhall. I can honestly say that change has been overwhelmingly positive. The transformation we've seen didn't happen by accident. It happened because the city supported thoughtful, community-focused developments. One standout example is Newhall Crossings. That project brought new energy to Old Town. It filled the need for housing, created new spaces for businesses, and importantly, it drew people in. The restaurants, the shops, that community events, all of those thrive because of projects like this. This new project is just down the street, and I truly believe it has the same potential, if not more. We have an opportunity here to keep building momentum that we've created. But if this project doesn't move forward, I have to ask, how can we expect Newhall to continue to grow in the right direction? How do we sustain progress we've made if we start saying no to these very kinds of developments that have helped us succeed? The truth is, this project represents more than buildings. It's about investing in the future of our community. It's attracting new businesses, providing housing where it's needed, and continuing to make Newhall a place where we want to be. I fully support this project, and based on the success of Newhall Crossings, I'm confident this developer will develop something truly special again. Let's not lose that momentum. Let's keep moving forward. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Dean Cox, followed by Diane Zimmerman. Welcome.
Good evening, council members and staff. My name is Dean Cox. I'm speaking in support of the approval of this development. I'm a commercial real estate agent at Remax Chrisman Commercial on the Tim Chrisman team. Our broker owner is David Rendell, and we've been privileged to provide pro bono support to the Rafters Group, a local nonprofit, in their search for a new home. Robert Yunkin is the chairman of the Old Town Newhall Association and a personally committed and invested Main Street property owner responsible for the Heart and Main event space, the Horseshoe Bar, and the coming Paniello Bar. He and the Old Town Newhall Association Real Estate Committee were instrumental in introductions to the Rafters Group and Dr. Paul Santu. We are pleased to report that we've been able to negotiate a letter of intent approved by all parties for the Rafters Group to move to 22607 6th Street in Old Town Newhall, a property owned by Dr. Sandu. He's represented by Vic Dermagian, the broker owner of All American National Realty. Dr. Sandu made very significant rent and lease concessions to support the Rafters Group move to his facility, and Vic was critical to the success of those negotiations. None of this would have been possible without the participation and significant support of Jason Tollison of Serrano Development. If the Serrano project is approved, he has agreed to participate with the Rafters Group in support of their move with the $25,000 tenant improvement allowance for their new home. He will also facilitate the group's efforts to remove and retain portions of their current home for future use. We all remember when San Fernando Road was a 45-mile-an-hour blast straight through the heart of Old Town Newhall. You took your life into your own hands and just had to, if you wanted to finish your breakfast at the way station and try to cross the street to buy a few nuts and bolts at Newhall Hardware. We all remember that, right? We have the city of Santa Clarita to thank for the library, parking garage, and many other significant and traffic and infrastructural changes in Old Town Newhall. We can now take a leisurely stroll across Main Street almost anytime we want. Serrano Development Group followed closely behind the city with Newhall Crossings project. That mixed-use project, along with the city's crucial investments, were the spearheads for the continued positive growth in Old Town Newhall we currently enjoy. Serrano Development has proven track record for the improvement of Main Street, and I give my unqualified support to the upcoming project. I encourage the city council members to do the same. It will only continue to benefit Old Town Newhall
and the residents of Greater Santa Clarita.
Thank you very much. Diane Zimmerman, followed by Felicia Grady. Welcome, Diane.
Thank you very much. Diane Zimmerman, New California State, newcaliforniastate.com. You'll be happy to know I'm going to trash what I was going to say because Tim Boyson pretty much said it all. He did a really good job. The man needs a round of applause, and I wish he was still in office. And I wish he was at least training the people that are in office now. Aside from the parking disaster, and I do mean disaster for everyone concerned, aside from KHTS, which, by the way, would be a great loss to Santa Clarita Valley, should it be forced to go out of business, I'm not concerned for the owners' well-being. They would be just fine. The loss of their venue would be felt by so many who have been able to get their words out to the public on both sides of any issue, and so much more they've done. I'm a little confused, though, as to why the Goldmans support this project at all. I'm surprised as to why anyone in this audience would even consider supporting this proposal. We need to be, this is coming out of, here it comes. This is unbelievable to me that you would be spending more money building huge projects at a time like this when you need to be getting rid of that battery. You need to be looking into things that are harming this community. You need to be fixing those, not gallivanting around spending a gazillion dollars that you better tighten your belts. You better tighten your belts because things are coming, and they're coming fast and swiftly, and you're not going to have all these funds that you're so willing to spend at the drop of a hat. You need to be gathering together, getting that lithium. Do you have any clue? Have you really? You can't have looked into any of it. You can't have. Because if you had, you would know that the chemicals coming down, that all the crap being sprayed on us, all the stuff being sprayed on our vegetables, all the food, stuff in our food, these are the things you should be caring about. You shouldn't be, let President Trump and his team do their job, let New California State help. You'd be surprised at what's going to happen because we're going to be, we the people, to the Constitution of the United States of America, the Republic of the United States of America. And the California Constitution will be following the Constitution of the United States of America. It won't be able to be maneuvered around and changed, 900 times just at the whim of some communist. By the way, this state is communist. It's run by communists. It's not run by the Democrats or the Republicans. It's run by communists, and we need to stop that. Why don't you stop with all this? We don't need to ruin our town anymore. You're ruining it. Smart meters, please, people. Please wake up. I've been begging you, and I know that you're just laughing your patoots off, but deadly serious. The electrician that I spoke to from SCE.
Time's up, please.
I was doing the right thing.
Thank you.
I know. Later.
Felicia Grady, followed by Nancy. Welcome, Felicia.
Thank you for having me. Okay. I love Santa Clarita. I love the positive changes that I've seen on Main Street, which you, as our city council, has designated as an arts and entertainment district for our city. And I stand before you right now to beg you to reject this proposed project. If you don't reject it, you're going to be discriminating against the elderly and mobility challenged and hurting our Main Street restaurants and bringing about the death of our community theater. I'll leave the additional serious concerns about the project in the hands of other speakers tonight. The proposed number of parking spaces is not sufficient for their apartments, their tenants, guests, employees, and customers of all of the additional eating and drinking establishments, whatever else they're putting in there. Have you been to Main Street for a show at Canyon Theater Guild? I know you have. Or dinner at, say, Smokehouse on Main, especially when there's a coinciding event at the Heart and Main venue, or during a community event. How easy was it to find parking on the street or parking at that little lot at 8th and Main? The project's going to leave Main Street short of an additional over 100 parking spaces in an already severely parking challenged area. I'm a member of Canyon Theater Guild's Board of Directors, and seniors make up a huge part of Canyon Theater Guild supporters. We love them, we need them, and this project discriminates against these seniors and others with mobility issues who deserve safe and convenient parking. My 91-year-old mom loves Canyon Theater Guild and attending the shows, but when there's not parking nearby, not even the little lot behind the theater, she doesn't want to go. Are you going to tell my mom to park in the lot over by the Lemley, a third of a mile away, and walk? And what about when it's during summertime and it's really, really hot? Or tell her to park at the railroad station. She's scared of that lot because aside from it not feeling even safe at night, it's across a wide, busy street, and she told me that using her walker, there's no way she can outrun a truck, much as she wants to. With the future of even fewer places to park, Canyon Theater would begin to lose its senior and mobility challenge supporters, so this project would kill our community theater. With apologies to Kevin Costner and Field of Dreams, if you build it, they won't come. Our restaurants on Main Street are going to suffer as well. Parking's essential for businesses to survive. My husband and I enjoy going to dinner and karaoke at Smokehouse on Main. Sometimes the parking's really far away. And last year, when I broke my foot, it was impossible to walk any kind of distance. Please don't make the parking situation worse for our beloved Main Street. I beg you, please build the previously planned multi-story parking structure at 8th and Main. And this is what we need right now, and then we can talk about other projects on Main Street later. Thank you.
Nancy, followed by Joelle Donahue. Hi, Nancy.
Hi, good evening. I read through your reports, and I understand that the FEIR establishes a framework to mitigate the environmental impacts, notable noise, ensuring compliance with local and state standards. Central to this condition of approval, BS3 mandates a noise study by a qualified engineer, and it ensures adherence to Santa Clarita Municipal Code, Chapter 11.4, capping the construction noise at 80 decibels from 7 to 9 a.m., etc. However, residential properties within 500 feet of KHTS radio face a significant noise risks. Demolition and excavation using equipment like jackhammers can produce 90 to 114 decibels near the source. For instance, 100 decibels jackhammer drops 82 decibels at 80 feet, but properties closer than 40 to 80 feet may experience unlawful levels without mitigation. So mitigation options include temporary noise barriers, estimated project-wide cost at $190,000 to $4.9 million for 24 months to 36. Of a targeted barrier for KHTS would be at $25,000 to $140,000 noise assessment per the FEIR are projected at $10,000 to, well, the engineer, the noise engineer, would be projected at $10,000 to $30,000. A median cost for K-heads to give them the noise barrier would be at $82,500. In other words, also in regards to the vibration assessment, even though it's not part of the FEIR report, would be, let's say, from costing like $5,000 to $15,000 to implement that, and to do a study for them would be cost between $1,000 to $10,000. So that would be a total cost of $98,000, far less than the $190,000 to $4.94 million that would be required of Serrano to do their noise study and put up the barriers, the noise barriers for their project, higher end, lower end. In other words, it would be much cheaper just to work with the Serranos to work out some kind of agreement. So I urge you to not adopt the resolution today, allow the Serranos to speak with the lawyers, and I hope they take my advice. I emailed you a cost estimate. Thank you.
Joelle Donahue, followed by Robert Yunkin.
My name
Hi,
is
Joelle.
Joelle Danahy, and I am a board member of the Old Town New Hall Association. I am representing OTNA tonight, the current OTNA board. OTNA has been an active part of the Old Town New Hall since the nonprofit started in November of 2001. In the past, OTNA has spearheaded numerous events, including car shows and chalk festivals, and it continues to support Old Town New Hall community through its monthly meetings, passbook guide, upgraded website, and upcoming Art Walk, May 17th. Please come. We hold monthly meetings where local businesses, nonprofit organizations, city representatives, law enforcement, and others come to give and to hear updates and build community. Our next meeting is May 21st at the SCV History Center at 9 a.m. We welcome all council members to join us. In my 5 years of attending OTNA meetings, parking, or lack thereof, has been a consistent talking point. Other than security on the street, parking is the #1 concern, and one that continually needs addressing. OTNA hopes that the city will continue to explore viable parking options for the visitors to Old Town New Hall. We all look forward to the day when the second parking structure breaks ground. We believe that a second parking structure will better support all of the businesses on Main Street and its surrounds. The mission statement of the Old Town New Hall Association is to restore, enhance, and maintain historic downtown New Hall as a social, cultural, and economic center for the Santa Clarita Valley. To this end, the OTNA board has taken a stand to support the proposed mixed-use project being discussed tonight. Our board has voted to support the project. We believe that this project aligns with our mission statement, specifically to enhance downtown New Hall as a social, cultural, and economic center. The board vote of support is unanimous from the OTNA board. OTNA joins many other businesses and voices tonight in urging the city council members to approve this mixed-use project. Thank you.
Robert Yunkin, followed by Dennis First. Welcome, Robert.
Thank you. Just because you say it really loud doesn't make it true. There's a lot of things that are going off tonight that people think they know or think they hear or think they observe by being on the street, but I don't see them on the street. I've actually been officing on the street since 2021. I became a property owner first 2018. I decided to buy into the specific plan, lived it, literally officing there, gone on to buy 4 properties. They may have the highest capital investment per dollar. I've bought the most properties because I believe in the neighborhood, the vision. I feel like I might be a sucker tonight. We have this issue where we join OTNA because the street's not moving forward fast enough. It's 20 years behind. Go to Carlsbad Main Street. Go to Pasadena. Name them. They're way more established. I don't know why. I'm not qualified to answer. But you got to ask yourself, why are you failing 20 years in? You're still 20 years behind getting to these places. A lot of topics on that. My personal opinion, one of the reasons I needed to join OTNA was a lot of the legacy folks on the street that won the lottery when you spent the money and turned in a derelict spot into this hopeful, thriving enterprise. They have abandoned OTNA. OTNA, over 20 years, they made it, they had momentum, they quit. When I got asked to come on board, there was one man, a State Farm agent named Milton Rodriguez, that was keeping it from falling apart and said, please come help us. You're buying, you believe the vision, come do it. Today, a lot of the loudest voices in this room, out of courtesy, I won't mention their names, they're not a part of OTNA. They don't come to the meetings. Donation is whatever you want to pay, $5. It's participation based. They don't care to participate. It's more inconvenient for them to feel entitled to sit there and say, you owe me this, you owe me that. I mean, I'm sorry, I've missed a lot of money on this street, and I have plans to do more. You've seen it. I used to think that this project, I had a free ride. I had a approved plan for a food hall, and I was like, wow, this really makes more sense. If we don't get housing and permanence on this street, these businesses aren't going to make it Monday through Thursday. Yeah, it's great that we come from Saugus and Valencia 20 minutes across town to have dinner at the junction. I do that once a week, maybe. I do it a lot more because I care. Most people don't. There's a lot more convenient options 5 minutes away. I also would like to say, because I got to hurry up on my 40 seconds, I've heard a lot from engineers and experts and letters today on sound. 100 feet, is the issue, right? Well, Mayor, your friend Robert Reyes built a project 40 feet from the Goldman's KHTS radio station. I'm really surprised that there wasn't a lot of coring and drilling and blasting requirements then, but now there are. Got to ask yourself why. Yeah, it's closer, but apparently 100 feet is the measure. Last thing I'll say is I have a project that's two doors down, Paniolo. I'm not building it if we're going to have some of the things I'm hearing about today. I can't afford to. I can't afford to have to pay the toll for safe passage. Thank you.
Thank you. Dennis, followed by Michael Miller. Dennis Ferentz. Going once, going twice, gone. Michael Miller, followed by Josh Pitts.
Hello, I'm a resident of Santa Clarita Valley. I have two sons that currently go to Arroyo Seco. 3 years ago, I opened a business on Main Street in downtown Newhall. At that time, there was great energy downtown. Junction, refinery, movie theater, places opening up, new retail coming in, Draconum, you name it, from the start to Heart and Main all the way down to the library. In those 3 years, that energy has waned and continues to wane. A lot of my fellow business owners are hurting and are, month to month close to locking up doors and closing their businesses. Without these kind of investments, without bringing people to the street, without residents to walk around and shop, support the restaurants at night, downtown Newhall will not survive in its current state. And all these people who have put so much effort, money, love into it are going to go away, and it's going to be an abandoned place. We need this kind of foresight, this kind of thinking to bring new energy, to bring back that energy from 3 years ago and propel it to far beyond what it was 3 years ago, to have the street bookmarked with great places and filled in between. And so I'm in support of the measure. Thank you.
Josh Pitts, followed by Jeff Pavi. Welcome, Josh.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Josh Pitts. I'm one of the proud owners of the Break Room in Old Town Newhall. I'm here tonight to voice my strong support for the Newhall mixed-use project, a development that I believe represents not just growth, but opportunity. Old Town Newhall is our harbor. It's where small businesses like mine and so many others are anchored. We've weathered storms, built community, and poured our hearts into making this a destination. The Newhall mixed-use project is the rising tide that we've been waiting for. With new high-end apartments and vibrant commercial space, it brings a fresh energy, new customers, and a future that supports us all. Because when the tide rises, it raises all ships, and every business in this harbor stands to benefit. We're not just looking at buildings, we're looking at momentum, at foot traffic, at community growth. This is how we keep Old Town thriving. Not just preserving what we have, but building it for the next generation. Please let's keep our harbor alive and welcome the tide. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff Paul, followed by Ben Jarvis.
Thank you, council members, for letting me speak. My name is Jeff Paul. I've worked with Jason Tolson with Serrano for probably close to 20 years. My children have moved to Santa Clarita, my grandchildren, and they're enjoying it. And my family is the controlling shareholders of Newhall Crossing, along with Jason and his group and other investors. We've been doing business, my family's been doing business in Santa Clarita for 38 years. On Newhall Crossing, we worked with the city for almost 5 years before starting construction. It was a positive experience in total. And I believe we brought a project that we can all be proud of. At least I'm very proud of it. Newhall Crossing opened for business the week of COVID. Obviously, that was a very difficult period. We struggled for a few years, and now the residential portion is 85% leased, and the commercial portion is now fully leased with Society Pizza opening up next month and Grit and Gratitude Pilates expanding with their yoga studio, taking over additional space. Our biggest complaint from our retailers is the lack of weekday customers on Main Street. We now have a chance to partially fix this problem, and I'm very happy to be a supporter and a member of OTNA, and we will support the project. And I plan on working with Serrano and Robert Yunkin and OTNA to make the project very successful, as I feel Newhall Crossing was. We hope we can come to a positive outcome, and I thank you for listening to me and your support for the past 12 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Ben Jarvis, followed by Tail Tobin. Welcome,
Good evening.
Ben.
Good evening, council members. I'm Ben Jarvis, and I'm a resident of Newhall. Old Town Newhall is a special place, and that is not something that happened by accident. City redevelopment efforts began in the 1990s, and city improvements made through the years have created the Old Town District that we know today. And I'm lucky to have seen some of those improvements firsthand. I was at the Railroad Avenue groundbreaking back in 1997, and I was there when the first Metrolink train arrived in summer of 2000 at the brand new Jan Haidt Metrolink station. However, despite the city projects and the efforts made by local businesses, Old Town remained underutilized and was not a place where people wanted to go. And I understood why as a resident. I had to leave Old Town in order to go shopping, in order to go to restaurants, or to find other things to do. In 2003, the city embarked on a community-driven effort to revitalize Old Town, committing substantial resources and embracing a bold new community vision. Residents and businesses came together to create a plan that made Newhall a place that was a destination and community focal point, a place where people wanted to be. We now have an entire generation of residents who have only known Old Town Newhall as that hip and cool place to hang out. Old Town is the most sought-after commercial area in the city, and it is important that we keep that momentum going. I support the mixed-use project. It is nice to see housing proposed in an area served by utilities and infrastructure instead of building further up into our canyons and hillsides. This project is exactly the kind of development Old Town needs. The project will put more people on the street, will put people within walking distance of shops and services, and will create housing just a few steps away from the Metrolink station and the planned bike path on Railroad Avenue. Please approve the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Tail Tobin, followed by Del Ferguson.
Hi there, I'm Ted Tobin. I am...
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize.
That's okay. You've seen me on stage.
Yes, I have.
I am a member of the... I'm a board member of the Canyon Theater Guild. Yogi Berra once said, nobody goes there anymore because it's too crowded. Now, I think that's funny, but now I realize he was talking about parking in Newhall. We have a parking problem already. With Heart and Main going on, with everything going on, we have tons of patrons just have to park way down the street, and half of our subscribers, they're senior citizens, and they can't make the walk. They can't make the journey. So the more parking problems we have going forward, the more these people are going to fall off. Now, we're struggling to survive. You know that. We're all a volunteer theater. We're a nonprofit. We try and do everything we can to keep our doors open. If we even incrementally start to lose some of these subscriptions, we're going to go under. And I'm not exaggerating. Here's what I'm saying. Let's use common sense, right? Why don't we use common sense? You can't stop progress. I get it. Let's have progress. Let's build Newhall. Let's make it the destination we want to do. But do it smart. Make sure you get parking. You have to provide enough parking so that everybody thrives. Because if you don't, well, I hope we get a little plaque on our door when we're gone. Thank you.
Del Ferguson, followed by Spitfire Street.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for your time, and thank you everyone in the crowd for maintaining your attention. My name is Del Ferguson. I am a lifelong resident of Los Angeles County, a proud graduate of the University of Southern California, and for the past 11 years, I've conducted business in this great city and created many friendships, professional relationships throughout this city. I say all that to say, throughout my 51 years on this planet, no other date on that calendar is more important to me than January 9th, 2023. On that day, I reached into my pocket, grabbed my phone, and searched for help. Instead of going into a local bar and drinking the afternoon away, I found the Rafters group. What I found in that group was unconditional love and caring that I hadn't found in my life until that point. I shudder to think what would have happened that day if I had gone on my phone and not found that place. I shudder to think what would have happened to me that night and what would have happened to some of your unfortunate family members had I made the wrong decision. It is only by that room and the people in that room who showed their grace upon me that I'm able to stand before you guys right now. And I humbly ask that you do whatever is in your power to help us find a permanent location. A community is built of people and families and children. God forbid something were to happen to one of them. Without this community, without that room, I know for a fact I would not be standing in front of you guys right now. I humbly ask that you help us in any way possible, finding us a new location, helping us with any type of financial assistance that you guys can. One thing I can guarantee is whatever investment you guys do decide to make into our group, it will be paid back into this community by 1,000. Thank you.
Thank you. Spitfire, followed by Karen Frost.
I had to change a lot of my speech here. Stop it. Doing this to K-Hits really is upsetting to me because that's where I get all my information. Because I sure the heck don't get it from City of Santa Clarita because I'm not going to be on the computer 24/7 just so you guys can tell me what's going to happen. And I don't want to hear the fact that, well, it was in the Signal newspaper. Well, you know what? How many people watch or read the newspaper, even online? 2 in my neighborhood, and it's a pretty big neighborhood. I'm very upset hearing that both sorry, my medication's not working, KHTS is going to have an issue with it. And I'm really upset at the fact that Max Pool Supply is going to be gone. Where else are you going to put it? And Serrano, you don't build a hotel in the middle of Newhall. That is a hotel. That is not apartments. And as far as we don't have enough apartments, literally go look at every hillside all the way across Santa Clarita Valley into Canyon Country, okay? This development is going to tear down a, hold on. Okay, it's going to tear down this courthouse, okay? A lot of people are not aware of the fact that during the disastrous San Francisco Dam, it became a hospital. In 2011, 2012, it was considered by Lorraine that it would be a historical building. Well, guess what? The city of Santa Clarita did not do their job and did not take care of that building because it's now part of the city of Santa Clarita. Now you guys are saying, oh, guess what? We can get rid of it and we're going to have a new building up there. Well, guess what? Only the rich people here that are developers want this damn thing. We are sick of you guys not paying attention to us. And as far as rafters, I just found out today that one of my baseball players that we coached at Canyon is going to rafters. And if you guys get rid of that, that young man is going to lose his livelihood because he just finally got to a spot where he can get help. And if you take that away from him, then you guys deserve whatever comes after that.
Hello, all.
Karen.
Lucky for you, there's a school board meeting tonight because that's where usually I hang out at. Karen Frost had to leave. She has a special needs son, so I just wanted to take this opportunity to share kind of our thoughts collectively. I think it's definitely true. We love KHTS. We love Canyon Theater Guild, love Rafters. Oh, where'd she go? That was a beautiful speech. Please do whatever they want, save whatever wood, do the construction when they want. This whole thing really makes me wonder how building happens here in Santa Clarita. So I'm going to set up a meeting with the city. I'd love for you to answer my email to find out how buildings are done here. I guess they go to the Planning Commission. That was unanimously approved. Who's on there? Denise Light, the Bird Tech wife, the guy that ran against you. They all approved, yes, and now what is it? They kick the can to you guys, and then you have to be the bad guy. I'm not sure. So I'm gonna set up a meeting and find out who exactly how you build a building here. 5 stories, yes. And by the way, I went a few Monday afternoons ago because I was collecting donations for Teacher Appreciation Week. Like I said, my wheelhouse is teachers. I mistakenly went on a Monday afternoon. Do you know that half the buildings, half the businesses are closed on Monday afternoons? That might be one reason why they don't do well on that street, is because Mondays they're closed. So, oops. And by the way, the ones that were open, none of them wanted to donate to Saugus High for teacher appreciation. Maybe they should advertise to teach to schools, and maybe they'd get more businesses. In fact, the coffee shop underneath Newhall Crossing said that they are not doing well at all and they cannot donate anything. So I wonder how the apartment is doing up there, and if they have people. Yeah, expensive, I'm sure. So anyways, please do whatever the residents want. I appreciate the time. Thanks, guys.
Jordan Pariah, and followed by Dave Rundell. Welcome.
Nice to see you. Hi, everyone. My name is Jordan, and I am a Santa Clarita native. I was born and raised in Valencia and later moved to Saugus. Growing up, we never came down to Newhall. We would come down with my dad on the weekends and eat at the way station, and that was all I knew of Newhall. It wasn't until I started working at Heart and Main 4 years ago that I truly got to know this part of town and the community that makes up downtown Newhall. Today, I help run Heart and Main, which is a boutique wedding and event venue located by the roundabout on Main Street. Let me tell you, this area has been a total game changer since we have been down there 3 years ago. It is surprising how many of our prospective clients, couples who are from Santa Clarita themselves, come in for a tour and tell me that they've never been to Main Street, that they've never heard of Heart and Main before. At Heart and Main, we make it a point to advocate for our neighbors. We encourage every couple that books with us to treat their wedding like a weekend-long experience. Stay at the local hotel, explore the shops, have dinner and brunch at the restaurants right here on Main Street, even to support our local theater. We want their celebration to spill out into the community because this community deserves to be seen and celebrated too. A huge part of my sales pitch is about the charm of the street. Heart and Main isn't your typical ballroom or your garden venue. We are something different. We have converted a single bay auto body shop into a one-of-a-kind, unique event space full of character and history. I always tell our clients their guests are not just attending a wedding, they are experiencing a piece of Old Town Newhall. Here's the challenge. During the week, when we're giving those tours and trying to sell that vision, the street is quiet, sometimes completely empty. So many storefronts are vacant or closed, and it doesn't reflect the vibrant, thriving neighborhood we know it can be, and that makes it extremely hard. It's extremely difficult to paint the full picture for couples when the vitality I'm describing isn't visible in that moment. That is why I am so passionate and for this project. There are so many incredible small businesses tucked into this neighborhood, businesses owned by people who live here, who care deeply about this community, and who would thrive with more activity and foot traffic on the street. Without initiatives like this, many of those businesses remained hidden and in many ways stagnant. As again, someone who grew up here and who is now raising 2 kids of her own, this isn't just a place where I work and where I live. It is our home. I've watched this valley grow and evolve in my 32 years, and I am deeply invested in the future of Main Street. Thank you.
Thank you. Dave, followed by Travis Teal.
Good evening, Mayor
Welcome, Dave.
Miranda, Councilmember Ayala, Councilmember Gibbs, and Councilwoman McLean, and City Manager Ken Striplin, and staff. I appreciate you having me up here. So my name is Dave Rendell. I'm the broker owner of Remax of Valencia Gateway in Santa Clarita. I'm a partner in the Junction Restaurant. I'm a partner in Sidecar Market, and we purchased a building on Market in Maine 10 years ago as that street was, starting to come into its own, and we've taken a lot of risks in doing so. I'm proud of what Newhall has become. I met the principals of the Serrano Group back in 2015 in December as they were processing that project. They did an exceptional job with Newhall Crossings, and I believe that mixed-use project was one of the driving forces that continues to keep Newhall moving forward. They have a proven track record, and I give 100% of my support to the upcoming project. As a business owner on Main, I know we need more housing options and another mixed-use project with 78 residential units and approximately 4,230 square feet of retail space. I can also speak on behalf of Chef Otto. He's teaching at the IQ tonight. As you know, he's a busy guy. He came to Planning Commission to give his support. His team supports the project as well. You hear a lot of, frustration from the local business owners. And we were one of the first restaurants that actually opened up on Mondays. And so lots of comments, but they don't see that the real, the hard work and the effort that goes into some of this stuff. So they can have the comments. But let me say, everyone in the room wants the best for Rafters. We appreciate all that they've done, continue to do for our community. Our Remax Commercial Division Dean was up here earlier. He's working directly with them. What some people don't realize is that developers and investors take a tremendous amount of time and risk in putting projects like this together. And we really need this economic catalyst. As we know, a lot of time was spent to approve Black Hall Studios, which would have been 1.3 million square feet in Newhall, which also would have been good for the area and the businesses, and that has been permanently put on hold, and Newmark is now going to probably sell that property. So we need this property approved for the businesses. We should be applauding the city for all that you guys have done over the years to make downtown Newhall what it is today. We should also applaud private investors like Jeff Paul, who came up, the Serrano Group, Robert Younkin, and all the local downtown Newhall retail business owners for taking the risk and leap of faith to build something truly special. We should also thank the residents for supporting local and really making an amazing arts and entertainment district. And it is a place of true community. I'm proud of it. I reaffirm my 100% belief and support for this project. We need it in downtown Newhall, so please approve.
Thank you. Travis Teal, followed by Kim McBride. Welcome.
Good evening, Council, my
fellow community members, I'd like to say I am in support of this apartment development. As a native Santa Clarita resident growing up here since the mid 80s, I went to grade school out here, high school out here, junior college out here. I've lived in many different communities around here, and now I've raised my children out here. I think the growth and development that's happened in Newhall over the last 5-6 years has been amazing. It's a place that my family and I frequent quite a bit, and we're big fans of what's going on and how it's moving forward. I think that what the Serrano Development Group is doing, reaching out to the community, trying to be an ally for the rafters, helping them relocate and community gathering around, that's fantastic, especially for everything that they're doing and they're about and their work in the community. Myself, I've been in construction for probably about 25, 30, almost 30 years now. And while construction is noisy at times, it's not constant noise all the time. I know there's concern about decibel levels and certain tasks that happen during construction trades, but it is not loud every second of the day, all the time. And they're working to mitigate those parameters, as I've done in different areas that I've developed in towns like Monrovia, Arcadia, where main streets are prevalent and they have community where construction does develop, but it's temporary and short term. Sometimes you have to go through some short-term pains for some long-term goals. And that's happened so far on Main Street, and I'd like to see it happen. We frequent there probably once a week. My wife and I do a date night, go down there to support local community during the week. We don't want Main Street just to be a weekend one-stop Saturday and Sunday when the businesses are thriving, because if you go down there during the day or in the evening time during the week, businesses aren't doing so good, and we're afraid that they're going to dissipate. So very thankful that the Serrano Development Group is, back to the community to do another building, another project out here. I'm thankful that the city's out here, in support of it, I hope. They did the first one. I'd like to see the second one, as well as other developments to fill out that street and bring more community energy down to the street. Thank you.
Thank you. Kim McBride, followed by Ingrid Boydston. Welcome, Kim.
Thank you for letting me speak. I am speaking in support of the Newhall mixed-use project as a business owner of Heart and Main in Old Town Newhall, as a designer for Robin Realty, investing in OTN, and as a longtime resident of Newhall. I've been here in Newhall since 1969, which beats anyone so far. Growing up right behind Hart Park, as a child, downtown Newhall was just a place where my mom went for paint at Newhall Paint, or we had breakfast at the way station. As an adult, it was odd but exciting when El Trocadero opened. Then the huge new library started going up, and I often wondered why the city would spend so much money on that part of town. But with the additions like Junction and Newhall Crossings, it seemed like someone had a plan, and it was a good plan, and I want to see it continue. I knew nothing about the Old Town Newhall specific plan until I got involved in designing Heart and Main in 2018. I've been working on Main Street for 5 years now, designing my heart away, helping develop new concepts to make it a vibrant, attractive destination. We are proud of what Heart and Main has added to the street and want to keep the momentum going. We have poured hours and money into projects like the Horseshoe on Main and the new Paniolo Bar and Restaurant that will hopefully become a reality. But we are now struggling to see the specific plan vision come to life. We have so many vacant businesses, and many of those sticking it out are barely hanging on. This mixed-use development is essential to moving forward. I believe we can honor Newhall's history while embracing thoughtful, necessary development. If projects like this don't move forward, investment will stop. Without progress, developers like us will pull out, and Main Street will sit stagnant. We want to help realize the full potential of Old Town Newhall, but without this project, I fear we will all just give up. There is no adaptive reuse project that makes sense on these properties. Nothing will pencil. Believe me, we have tried. Not sure what any of those opposed suggest happens to these properties, but they will remain vacant. The huge parking in lieu fee that will be paid when this project is approved will help build the next structure that will alleviate the parking problems mentioned again and again. I believe this is a make or break deal, and you need to let it happen. If you don't, the dream project at the south end with parking won't happen either. Thank you.
Ingrid, followed by Tony Maldonado. Welcome, Ingrid.
Hi, thank you. Tonight I'm going to ask you a question that I really hope you're going to consider when you're thinking about the New Hall redevelopment project, and that is simply this. When is math really, truly useful? Math is useful when the numbers represent people, not the money, not what the code says is allowable, but people. Because when you do the math, it's pretty obvious the math doesn't work out. If the proposal goes forward the way it is, there's not going to be more parking on the street. There's going to be less parking available for the people just going down the street. And we're already at a shortage. We can't make it. So who's going to suffer? Who are those people? They're the seniors that Felicia was talking about. Because why? Well, the Canyon Theater Guild brings 25 to 35,000 people every single year, and half of our population are seniors. Why? Because we do shows that are like a portal to the past. We do nostalgia shows. You have enjoyed the Buddy Holly musical, the Righteous Brothers, Beehive, the 60s musical, even Mamma Mia and Xanadu even, right? Just talking about that makes you feel nostalgic. But it's important, too. We're doing Beautiful, the Carole King musical, and South Pacific next year. We have patrons who they go twice. They go once with their friends and then they once with their grandchildren. Because this live theater is how they share their past with the future. These things are important. This is a silly story, but it's true. Xanadu, of all things, we had so many walkers and wheelchairs in the lobby that somebody took the wrong walker home. I went into our tiny little parking lot with only 9 cars, right? Hopefully finding if the person where I could switch out the walker. I didn't find the walker, but I did find a middle-aged mom and her elderly mother sitting in the car crying. They were holding on to each other, sobbing. And I'm like, are you okay? Can I do anything? Well, funny story. It turns out that when that mom was a teenager, she and her mom, they didn't get along. They couldn't agree on anything until they went to Xanadu, of all things. That was the one thing that brought them together, that they could enjoy together. And they were just so happy to get to experience that again. Decades later, these experiences are important. How many of you have been to the Canyon Theater Guild and wondered why the director talked so long before the show started? Chances are it's because he or she promised several people in the lobby that we were going to wait till their party got back. They were going to hold the curtain as long as possible because those people had a walker or a cane or a wheelchair, and the other person was driving, looking for parking, and it's been 20 or 30 minutes, and they're still not back. We can't let this happen, and I don't want to be gloom and doomy here, but this could be you one day. You could be a senior. You could be somebody with limited mobility, maybe somebody that you love. So when you look at the numbers, please don't just look at the numbers. Don't see what's, oh, we're allowed to give this little parking. Think of the people that it impacts. I don't see why you can't change the project so that it increases the parking and everybody wins. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you for all your hard work, and God bless you, and God bless Santa Clarita.
Thank you. Tony Maldonado, followed by Dr. Akash Ahuda. Welcome, Tony.
Thank you. I hate to be negative, but I have to be in this respect. Unfortunately, a lot of people here are not realistic. Foot traffic is not going to increase during the weekdays in downtown Newhall, and I can tell you why. The majority of us commute for work. So we're not here daytime during the weekdays. So who are you actually going to attract to this kind of business? No one. Maybe retirees. That's the realistic part of this. What you will do, now mind you, I'm not against progress. I love progress. I think this building's a little bit too big, 1 floor, a little bit too high. It should be 4, not 5. The parking will impact Metrolink commuters, because no one's spoken about that. No one in your planning department actually even gives a damn about commuters. Where are these people supposed to park, the guests for the residents, when there's not sufficient street parking? Guess where? Metrolink parking. And guess who gets impacted by that? People like me who take the Metrolink, who cannot find parking in order to get and catch their trains. Or what about traffic mitigation? All the buses that connect to the Metrolink connect right there. Where are we routing the buses to? What about the delays to the bus schedules at that given stage? That'll be impacted. Do you think that the people who will miss their Metrolink trains are going to be happy about the fact that there's construction going around and then later on there's nothing happening, that they can't get to where they need to get to because of what's going on right now? We have to be a little bit more realistic. I'm not against the project. I'm not for the project, to be quite honest. I need to see this revisioned in a different way. I think you need to take a pause maybe until the next session. Come back. Let's talk more about parking, about the impact about the community, and let's be realistic about what our businesses will be able to achieve. Because what I've been hearing so far, including by the small businesses, nobody here wants to be realistic. I've heard about Neiman Marcus. I've heard about the wonderful thing about a parking on Lyons in Railroad. I've heard about the Amazon warehouse. I've heard about all these things that are supposed to be great for our city. In 27 years that I've lived here, the reason why I moved over here is gone. We're resembling the San Fernando Valley. We're losing our character. We're losing who we are because we simply just want to build and don't care about the impact of it in the future. Let's be a little bit more intelligent about this, please. It's our future we're talking about. Thank you.
Dr. Ahuja, followed by John Kay of the Rafters. Welcome, Doctor.
Thank you. Thank you. Respected City Council members and Mayor Miranda, good evening. Thank you all for your service. And my name is Dr. Akash Ahuja, and I'm here to express my support for KHTS and its owners, Jerry Solati Goldman and Carl Goldman. As we all know, the ownership of KHTS by Carl and Jerry has significantly enriched our city. As widely recognized, they have transformed the community's only local radio station into a vital platform for news, entertainment, and civic engagement. Their efforts extend far beyond broadcasting. They have been instrumental in supporting local nonprofits and spearheading great initiatives. As we know, Serrano developers have submitted a plan for City Council to construct a 5-story apartment, retail complex with subterranean parking. And based upon my understanding and so many speakers speaking today, this project's wall will be located very close to the offices and studios of KHTS. And while I do recognize that such developmental projects may offer various benefits to our city in the long run, I'm deeply concerned about the potential impact on KHTS during the 2+ years of construction. Now, I know you all in some capacity and believe that you always have the best interest of our city and our residents. We are a great city because common sense has always been a cornerstone of what shall be done. And you guys have always done that. Thus, I respectfully request you all to make sure that the developer does not do any blasting and coring activities between the hours of 6 and 9 a.m. Monday through Friday, as well as a 30-minute break during the lunch hours. These specific times, as we all know, are critical for KHTS to broadcast their highest revenue programs, and during these hours, other construction activities could still proceed without disruption. Additionally, I would request the developer to consider compensating KHTS for relocating their studios and offices to another part of their building that would better buffer construction noise. This would ensure that KHTS can continue its vital operations without interruption. While the developmental project, again, may bring value to our city in the long term, it is essential to mitigate its short-term impact on KHTS. The station's potential closure due to construction disruptions would be a significant loss for Santa Clarita's residents and its vibrant community fabric. Let's think, let's pause, let's take some time and make the right decision. Thank you for your time and consideration. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. John, followed by Cindy Russo.
Good evening. I've been a resident of Santa Clarita since 1986. And during that time, in my younger years, I rented several houses, probably 4 or 5 in the Newhall area. I attended the first meeting here, the previous meeting here on this subject, and did not see or hear any plans of altering or upgrading the existing southbound Railroad Avenue Street area, where a major bus stop exists already and is very questionable, as there is not enough room for the buses to completely stop and pull over and adequately let the traffic pass, leaving enough room for both traffic lanes to safely pass by. You constantly have people in the number 2 lane trying to go into the number 1 lane to get around the bus. So the traffic is constantly being disturbed. The traffic pattern is constantly being disturbed. No additional curbside lane is being added in this plan for on the northbound or southbound side. And now a bike path as well is now apparently in the works. I did not hear any questions or concerns addressed about this. Additionally, there is a planned entrance to the new subterranean parking for the proposed improvement, which will most likely have some type of entrance gate or controlled factor at its entrance. This will also slow down and back up traffic on the southbound railroad side if more than one car is trying to enter that entrance at a time. The Cowboy Festival at Hart Park last week was a perfect example of the issues that the city have with this parking. This project would simply amplify the issues. To add, I find it troubling that the city would allow the developer and their supporters to attempt to use a state loophole by trying to justify the parking limitations due to the location of the Metrolink across the street. The parking is meant for Metrolink customers that pay for the use of the Metrolink service. The parking spots at the Metrolink will now be inundated by the residents and the visitors of the proposed project. I can tell you from my experience, this is already being done during large gatherings at the Rafters. But those gatherings are done on weekends and do not affect the weekday travelers 7 days a week. At the prior city council meeting, the surrounding business owners came and stated how their businesses were lacking foot traffic and keeping their restaurants from opening 7 days a week, let alone 5.
John, time's up.
Hard to believe
John?
the 78 units, an estimated 100 residents will increase foot traffic.
Time's up, John.
Thank you.
Cindy Russo, followed by Marie Sheb, I believe. Mave Shali. I'm close. Hi, Cindy.
Hi. I listened to what everybody had to say. I was originally going to say different things. I did come in opposed, and after I saw the presentation, I'm strongly opposed because of the look of the building and the height of the building. We do not, if you haven't been to Northridge or Woodland Hills lately, go. Like somebody else said, we don't want Santa Clarita to look like that. If this is such a great development company, let them incorporate our look. Let them incorporate the historic buildings into their plan. I heard a lot about the amenities for the tenants, but the outside just looked like any other apartment building. It didn't look like mixed use. It looked like apartments with a few little businesses underneath it. Have we thought about the impact on water? And again, everybody's saying the parking. What about fires and stuff like that? I heard the businesses say how they need more people there. I go out to eat a lot. I was just in Beechwood Canyon, Pasadena, Sierra Madre. I go to other parts of Santa Clarita. Downtown Newhall is extremely expensive. I've been there for census nights. I look around to eat. It is extremely expensive. I think that's another reason why they're not getting the business down there. This is a historic building. Is it intentional neglect and so it's just so easy to knock down? And even if you move the rafters, how many people are going to miss, oh, it was moved, and then be helpless? Like I said, if this is such a great development company, we want progress, go back to the drawing board. Create something that looks more like Old Town, not New Town, not the San Fernando Valley, not Northridge, not Woodland Hills. And if you do this, you set a precedent. Who's the next person with a plot of land that's going to want 5 stories or 6 stories? Lower that height to 3 stories. And, you know, a lot of people maybe like the new hall crossings. I didn't. I thought it was an eyesore, especially when you're coming down Railroad Avenue. This building is going to be so long. I like when I come down Railroad Avenue and I could see the twinkle lights at Christmas time on Main Street. That's all going to be blocked. Again, it's we, the people, we're asking you to go back to the drawing board to make the businesses happy, but to make the people happy as well. This isn't the end-all project. Yes, we need to thrive. Yes, we need to increase the foot traffic. Maybe something that's going to bring something down there during the day. The people in those buildings, they're going to be working to pay for them. And 3-bedroom apartments, that's a lot of people. That could be 6 cars. Thank you.
Mave, followed by Emily.
Marie Sherb, by the way. Marie. I am totally against this project. I have been totally trying to get this city council and many, many previous ones to understand we need historic preservation, which is lost here. This is a community with history. We don't see it. You tear it down. There was a jail. There was exciting stuff when I moved here. I moved here in 1969, by the way, so with tie for oldest. And I used to bicycle there, and it was like 4 or 5 miles. I will drive to downtown Newhall. I used to drive there. I used to go to the hardware store, the pipe place, all these places. Because you've added things hasn't made me go less, but it's been much harder to park. I agree with the parking problem. And we do not need a project that makes things worse. Because of beautification, you've lost a lot of parking. It's nice, it's more pleasant to walk. But why did we move the market? We moved it to the library. You got more downtown foot traffic when you had Thursdays closed off for the town market. I would bring that back. There's things you can do to enhance what we've got now. As for this project, 3 stories maximum, plus this project was approved in a smaller scale. Oh, what was it, October maybe? Why did they come back with a bigger project that's really not helping anyone and it's destroying our history? We had a mere 47 projects 20 years ago that were historic landmarks. Now, we're down to 9, something like that. This is from the state's website. This is this project. And it's on a lot of documents as one of the few things we have. We don't even list Hart Mansion on our own website as a historic building. Why is that? What do we think is historic here? Get a real commission to look at history. Sad. Anyway, that's all I'm going to say. I vote no.
Emily, followed by our last speaker, which is Mahoney. Emily Huss? Yes. Welcome.
Good evening, Council. I am against your project. My name is Emily Nuss. I'm 24 years old, born and raised here in Santa Clarita. I live in Saugus, and I am a proud 6th-generational resident. My family, the Walker Rainier family, has lived in this valley since the 1860s. We've seen a lot of change, but along with that growth, we've seen a lot of quiet erasure of our history. Today, I'm here to speak about two things that matter deeply to me: preserving our local radio station KHTS and protecting historical sites like the original Newhall Courthouse. KHTS is more than just a radio station. It's a vital part of our community. It keeps informed with local news, emergency updates, events, and small business support. It connects people and gives Santa Clarita a voice. In a fast-growing city like ours, we need that local connection more than ever. The station's building, standing since the early 1900s, remains one of the last visible ties to Old Newhall, and it deserves to be protected. At the same time, we're rapidly losing pieces of our past. California has lost over 50 historic landmarks this year alone, and Santa Clarita is no exception. We've already said goodbye to sites like Saugus Speedway and the Martin Ruiz Adobe House. Now the original Newhall Courthouse is at risk. These aren't just old buildings, they're part of our identity. My own family's ranch in Iron Canyon Homestead in the 1890s was demolished in the early 2000s. As a descendant of the Walker family, I've seen how much has already disappeared. There's very little left of the world my ancestors helped build. Preservation isn't anti-growth, it's responsible growth. It's honoring the stories that shape this valley while planning for its future. So I ask you, Council, protect the Newhall Courthouse, support KHTS, and please listen to the residents like me who deeply care about this city's roots and its future. Please preserve what's left before it's gone for good. Thank you very much for your time.
Our final speaker, and I'm sorry I can't make out the first name. It looks like the last name is Mahoney.
Ash Mahoney.
Ash. I do. Welcome.
All right. Some of the arguments I've heard tonight have honestly kind of baffling. Some of the crowd, I think many of them are gone now, have been very rude, which is wild because this is one of the most reasonable proposals that I've ever heard. This is just such a perfect area for this type of development. It is a downtown area with nice transit nearby, lots of small businesses nearby to support all of the tenants that will be moving in, and in turn to receive support from the tenants moving in. Pretty much it's like everyone from Autna has come up here and said, we don't need, or neighborhoods in general don't need people to drive out for special occasions from across town or even out of town. What neighborhoods need is the people who are there day in and day out, running their daily errands, they're doing their daily social activities, that kind of stuff on regular Tuesday evenings. It needs that, from people who don't need to park there to be there. And I had heard about something like this in the works for a while. I'm really glad that it's going forward now. I'm really glad for the programs like the parking in lieu thing and the assembly bill that allows reduction of the parking minimums, that's allowing this to go through, because I know it would not be financially viable to provide as much parking as everyone expects. They would have to pretty much replace all of the apartments with parking, in which case, what are we even doing all of this for? So I really just want to make the point too, we can't hold our city unchanging under glass case just because the construction's going to be inconvenient to some people, just because the downtown area is not going to look the way it used to look 50 years ago or something like that. There's going to be growing pains with any new project, and I don't think that's a good reason to sleep on a project like this that will provide that vitality to the downtown area, that will bring economic growth, that will make downtown a more pleasant place to walk and to hang out and to spend our money and all of that good stuff. So yeah, I really want to see this project approved very quickly. I would love to see construction go quickly. I would love for everything to just go smoothly here, because this is exciting stuff that has fallen into our laps. Thanks.
Thank you. With that, I am now closing the public comment portion of this hearing. Are there any questions or is there any discussion by members of the City Council?
Yes, if I may do some comments, questions. First, I want to express, I heard your concerns. I want to thank the residents, the businesses, the developer, the city staff, everybody that work in this project, but also make a comment. And not only the ones that are here, I've been doing my homework, also going to the area on, yes?
I apologize for interrupting you.
Sure.
Mr. Mayor, we should offer the applicant an opportunity for rebuttal before we move on to council discussion.
Okay.
Apologies. Jason, apologies.
Thanks for that. And I'm sorry my presentation got cut short. I didn't realize there was a time limit when we prepared it. And as you can see, there's a lot being thrown at us here that I'm trying to react to and navigate. So let me just try to tick through some of the things I heard in the public comment section that hopefully will be helpful in your deliberations. I guess first with respect to rafters, you know, we heard loud and clear in the Planning Commission hearing that that was an important community amenity, community service that rafters provide. And so immediately after that meeting, began working with Dave Doyle and his group and Dean Cox and Robert, and we helped them find a place down the street. We're contributing $25,000 to their build out. We're taking that seriously. We're trying to decouple the service that rafters provides the community from the building that they're providing it in. So we agree they belong in Newhall. We're doing everything we can to support them. And I think, and Dave told you tonight, that that's happening because of our efforts, in part, at least. So I just want to say that. And with respect to the disruption to KHTS, I didn't get a chance to get into the details of this. First of all, there's not going to be any blasting. We're not using dynamite or anything that would cause blasting. So I'm not sure where that came from exactly. Coring and drilling, I think that the concern is the vibration from the soldier pile operation, where we drill in steel piles for the subterranean garage that we're building. So I would happily agree to a construction hours restriction from 7 to 8 a.m. for that specific activity. We need to be very careful about defining it, but that's fine. During the day, beyond that is not possible to build that way. I would have very little control over that, but we can start them at a certain time. I'm hopeful that we're able to work out the deal that came together late today, and part of that, which I didn't get to, is a proposed reduction in the impact fee for the historic demolition, because we need to use that money for sound mitigation measures, sound attenuation, part of the deal. I can't get into the specifics exactly because we're negotiating it and I'm not allowed to talk about that, but it would be part of KHTS withdrawing their objection to the project as I understand it. Carl and Jerry can speak for themselves, but we would ask for the reduction fee from $750,000 to $300,000, and I think that would satisfy all parties. So that's an option. I'm not saying there's something for you to consider. I'm not advocating for that necessarily. Let's see. With respect to parking, a lot of what I heard in the public comment was related to commercial parking. And I don't know that everyone in the audience knows that part of the specific plan is a second parking structure at the other end of Main Street. We, along with any other project like ours, pays an in lieu fee for the commercial parking that is meant to fund that structure and relieve the parking burden for businesses on the street. I agree it is a problem. That's the purpose of that. And I can also tell you bluntly that the project is teetering on the brink of economic viability. And so if we're asked to provide more parking or fewer units, that's the end. We can't do that. Already, it is very expensive and difficult to build. The impact fees, setting aside the historic piece of it, are near $3 million. It's what we call death by a thousand cuts. And so we're on the verge of that. And I just want to make clear that, if we go down that path, that is not going to work. There's a lot of comments about the specific plan and building height and things like that. I'll let staff respond to that, but we're following the letter of the law of the specific plan. We're not asking to deviate from that, other than the deviations that are allowable in that plan. So I guess with that, I'm here to answer questions. Anything that you all would like to talk about. We've done a lot of homework on this and tried to be good citizens, try to work a deal with KHTS, helping rafters. We're trying to build another nice project in Old Town Maine, bringing a massive investment to the district, and helping businesses that desperately need it. So I'm hopeful that we can find some common ground and move forward in that way.
Thank you. Questions?
I'll continue in what I was commenting, but thank you so much.
Does anybody have a direct question for Jason?
Maybe as we move along, we will.
Okay.
Yes. Yes, I will have, but I will. So I've been, of course, also meeting with business owners in the area, residents, and with my time today, I want to thank David Doyle and Leon Warden because I went to visit the courthouse and the place they have the rafters. I realized, to my surprise, of course, I saw the building outside, but to my surprise, when I went to the courthouse, I was probably hoping that there was something historic inside of the courthouse. I mean, in the first floor, there was nothing. I realized it's 4 walls for storage for a law firm. That's the courthouse. So I didn't find a podium. I didn't find anything, at least inside there. On the other side, on the second floor, where are the rafters, there, of course, I admire the labor that you're doing, and they're willing to keep the material that is made, all the wood and windows, beams, and everything. And I think that's good that the developer is willing to help on that with the rafters and provide a solution also for them to move. And I'm glad that you're getting in negotiations also with KHTS, because my heart is like in pain, thinking like I want to attract businesses to Santa Clarita, but not at the cost of destroying or not retaining other businesses. So please continue with those negotiations, and hopefully you will get with something that works for both, because at the end we want all the businesses to thrive in Santa Clarita. For my comments, with my time working many years with legislation, of course, I have the habit to look for the small things also with legislation, and with AB 2097 that prohibits the city from requiring parking minimum on projects with half a mile. And of course, is the part that says unless the project would have a negative impact on the existing parking supply. And we have the Old Town Newhall standards there that it will be 156 spaces. If we are with 78 apartments, being realistic, so somebody was saying, let's be realistic. There would be maybe apartments that one person is living there, but there's also a chance that there's a couple living in an apartment, and that will have, I'm not saying everybody, all the apartments will be a couple, but if that is the case, it will be 156. If they drive, if they have their own car, what I would like to see what I would like to see is like for this project to be auto-sustainable, or how you say, I don't find the word, probably I'm translating, that we're sure that you are not taking other spots from outside from your residents, so we are not affecting the parking for the business owners. On Thursday that I was on the census, I have the opportunity to talk to many business owners, and that's what they are worried about, that when there are sometimes traffic, there are events, or there are, of course, more people around, that they know some clients been telling them, I drove and I didn't went to your restaurant because there was no parking lot. I'm glad that with the city and we have in our plans to have the structure for parking lot in Newhall, and that's also a question for the city, for our staff, if this project happens, when it will happen, the other parking structure, just to calculate if it will be in construction days when we are going to be starting probably the other structure. So I will make a pause to have that opportunity to talk about that, because I have other points.
Thank you, Councilmember. I don't know that I have a date for you. The parking structure on the south side of the street is envisioned in the plan. It would be part of a larger development that would come forth to the city. At this time, we are in the RFP process. We're about to do an RFP to seek a partnership with the developer to do a project like that. I don't know do you guys know what the timing is on? Yeah, I think it's going out soon, but probably by the end of the year, we would hope to have some discussions with the city council about a potential project on that location.
Thank you for sharing that. And other of my concerns of parking lot is, well, with the 25 years that I've been living here, like for 10 years, my husband was taking the Metrolink, and we're talking about 2000 to 2010, probably going to Burbank. And he was driving until a couple of times for the time that he was, of course, going on the Metrolink. Sometimes I was driving him because there was no parking at that time, and also later on. So I wonder if we don't allow, if we don't work these to have a little bit more parking space. I'm thinking also in our commuters when they arrive in the morning, like when I was driving my husband because there was no parking lot, and we need to move a lot also our commuters going to work and having that space on the Metrolink. Other comments that I wrote a lot while you were making your comments. So also for me, it's imperative to follow a good neighbor policy or to mitigate all the possible impact. And I'm talking about the impact with the businesses, the impact with the parking, and the impact that we're going to have also in economic development for future traffic with this project, which it will be also good for our businesses. And comparing with other successful strips like Santa Barbara, Ventura, and Santa Monica, all of them have parking areas, and I think that's part of the success that they have, and that's what I would like for this area. And I would like, of course, with the city to move forward and start looking for the options to start the new parking structure on the south area, so we don't have that. Maybe could be with a transition in the meantime, building these and having the other project, but it needs to happen soon. That's the thing. Also, I saw with the Planning Commission that it was for the MUP, I read something that it was, maybe you can guide me if I understood right, on the some of the city notes from Planning Commission and Planning Commission in general, that it was required to have a public hearing if you are considering a demolition before Planning Commission. Did that happen? Or, okay, in the place? Or you mean public hearing here at the Planning Commission?
Here.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's a requirement to have the public hearing with the Planning Commission. That took place here.
Yeah, I read something that it needed to happen before, like when we have been in projects and we go to the place and you talk with the residents or the areas or businesses there. Not for this case applies?
No, this refers specifically to a public hearing held at the commission meeting.
Okay, thank you. And for developer, I have suggestion in case this will move. Today in my visit before going with David, thank you so much for having me there. I saw there's still some damage from the crash, some crash that happened there, and I thought about also when there was a crash on KHTS, and I see on the design, of course you did like, not exactly like corner like this, which is okay, so people can see, but the crashes sometimes is people that they just go fast in the curb, and I see there are windows over there, so I don't know if they could be some kind of design with fence or something in case of that, a car won't go like through the windows. And that's just an observation that I didn't thought before, but today that I saw all the damages with previous crashes, I thought,
on the corner of Market and Railroad, is that where you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay, so not having windows right on that corner.
Well, or some protection, because what I see now is like a little wall and then windows. So literally, if a car goes that fast, and hopefully that won't happen, but if you have some design that, because a car that fast can't cross the building, kind of,
Yes.
that corner. So I thought that. And also, well, that's, but I mean, not a question, it's a recommendation. And for the KHTS, I would like to see the same consideration with the rafters and for helping also to move in case they need to move, if they could be part of course, I'm not in your negotiations, but please take in consideration that because that business, it is my understanding, is not only moving desks and chairs, they have infrastructure,
Yes.
telecommunications, that it needs to be considered.
Yeah, we have in depth, and I think that's the ask of the city is that we lower the impact fee so that we can afford to do some of the things that they need. So we have negotiated for 6 or 7 months, and absent that contribution, we're going to have a hard time bridging the gap. But we're hopeful that we can because of the importance of that business to the community.
Thank you. And thank you, Erica, for sharing what is required. That's why I'm just going to say something regarding of the parking spaces. Of course, in this project, the developer decided to go with the AB 2097. We have what is required in the area of Old Town Newhall. With the city, maybe that's a question for our attorney. Can we go into not requesting, but of course asking our developer to have something in the middle? Because if we follow AB 2097, it will be 122 spaces for 78 apartments. If they have 2 people, it's 150 spaces. That is what is the recommendation if it's follow the Old Town Newhall standards. But can we, by law or something, can we do something? A recommendation is not a mandate, but recommendation, something in the middle, or reduce apartments, like for example, the apartments that are in the middle of the plaza that don't have view outside. There are 9 apartments inside, and that will mean more parking lot.
So I think AB 2097 says you can't require parking if it's within a half a mile of essentially the Metrolink in this situation, unless by a preponderance of the evidence in the record, the city determines that the parking would have lack of parking would have a substantially negative impact on existing residential or commercial parking within 1/2 mile of the housing development project. So it's not really a question of 0 versus 122. It's if the council believes that there's a preponderance of evidence in the record that it would have a significant impact on surrounding parking, then you can require the parking that's necessary to eliminate that impact up to the code required parking. So you have all heard testimony and you've seen the study that the applicant submitted. You have to make a decision as to whether or not you believe it's been demonstrated that there would be a significant impact on surrounding parking, and then it would be your ability under even 2097 to require that additional parking to eliminate that impact.
I want to be sure the businesses have parking lot, but also the commuters, because they need to go when the train, is the time. They are not going to be waiting for that. And I have a question regarding parking lot during construction to the developer, Jason. If you can please elaborate where the construction workers potentially will be parking, so they are not taking those spots for the business. Is there a plan from another land so they can be parked? Because they're going to be constructing there. So is there a space for everything?
Yeah, that's a good question. One of the conditions from the Planning Commission was that we have to submit and get approved a parking management plan, both for construction and post completion, as a condition of our building permit. So exactly where they park, a lot of what we did on Newhall Crossings is many of them parked in the structure. During the day, there's capacity for that. And then once we build the structure for the apartment building, they'll park on site because there'll be 122 stalls that the workers can use, and that's sufficient. So the first 6 months where that isn't built, they'll park off site somewhere where the city agrees there's no impact or limited impact. And the staff will have to approve that. And then once the parking stalls are completed on site, they'll park on site.
So if they park far away, or you're going to have a shuttle, so nothing immediate to the area?
We'll have to convince the staff that the logistics work. I don't have all the details of that plan today, but it's a condition of our building permit that we submit and get something approved that everyone agrees works.
Thank you. Since you're there, you mentioned the schedule that you would like to work, and you say it's not possible. Why is not possible to work after 9? Is a money matter?
Yeah,
or is
it would make the project take a lot longer. I mean, almost every single subcontractor starts. They'll show up at 6:30 and they'll start work right at 7. And if you tell them they can't start until 9, it cuts their workday by 25%, which makes the cost of the contract go up by 25%. So it's just another, economic headwind that will be. I'm just. If we're limiting it to soldier piles, and that's the concern about drilling up against the building, that's something we could manage. But the whole project all the way through there'll be 20 different companies and 100 people out there, at the peak time, and it'd be very, very difficult to manage and very cost prohibitive.
So suppose if for some reason it starts at 9 instead of, you mean that the work anyway, it would end for them kind of around what time?
Yeah, a typical work day would be 7 to, most subcontractors would leave by 3 or 3:30. And so sometimes they work later. If they have piece workers that are getting paid that way, they want to stay till 5 or 6 or sometimes 7, if it's that type of work. But different trades work different ways. And if we're putting restrictions on the work hours, I'm just saying that it's untenable because of the cost that would go with that.
Well, it's usually how it works for you, but in construction, in different construction projects, there are even some projects that are working at night for construction or different times.
Right, yeah.
So it's possible. So I was wondering why not starting at 9 later on?
Because it makes it very expensive. So if you're working on a freeway, for example, you work through the night where there's less traffic, you can do that. It's just very expensive. And for a medium-sized apartment building on top of everything else, it makes it tenable. But the objection, I think, from KHTS is that we stop by 8 or start at 8 for specific activities. So there may be some common ground here, with the condition that we don't drill soldier piles up against the building between 7 and 8 any day. We could live with that. That's the activity, I think, and I have a slide from the acoustical engineer that the construction activity is no noisier than the train that goes by 42 times a day or the air blower in terms of decibels. But I do concur that there are specific activities that we need to plan around. Another voluntary mitigation measure would be that we send on a weekly basis a projection of the activities and when and how disruptive they're going to be so the radio station can plan for it.
Yeah.
That sort of thing is, I think, a reasonable accommodation for a business that's important to the community. But like a blanket prohibition to start work before 9 for the full duration of the project that won't work from a cost perspective.
Thank you. Well, I would appreciate, of course, the consideration for your next door business, because it's not the same that the train that passes, 3 times in the morning, that all day with the noise over there. But since you were mentioning also that you cannot mention everything, and KHTS, because you are in talks, KHTS mentioned the same. I would like, of course, to wait to finalize with that agreement soon. So I would like to give the time they requested in case we can do the decision another day. Thank you. That's all for me for now, Mayor. Thank you. Thank you for staying with me with all the questions.
Councilmember Gibbs.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Tolson, obviously to everyone who's come and spoke tonight to express some questions on this item. So a couple of things I want to ask before I dive in a little bit to the historic piece. Erica, you mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, you said that this project expands the block. Does this project expand an entire city block under what the Old Town New Hall specific plan says?
Thank you, Councilmember Gibbs. I just want to
Sure.
up the project site so we can take a look at that. So this is a view of the project site. So in the Old Town New Hall specific plan, we have that full block development. So this is the block of Market Street from Main Street to Railroad Avenue, which is how we have approved projects in the past in the specific plan and treated them the same way. New Hall Crossings was one of them that also spanned a block on Main Street from Lyons to 9th Street.
Okay, so to be clear, the specific plan doesn't say an entire block is only if you are going down Main Street. It gives you the ability to say it does expand a block if we go, I mean, what I mean is from Market to 6 to 7, 7 to 8, that kind of thing. So going
Correct.
north-south, the plan allows you to go east-west to suggest that you have now encompassed a block, and therefore you can have the more height that's being discussed tonight.
Correct.
Okay. I believe you also mentioned that when New Hall Crossings was approved, we required that they do 1.5 parking spaces per residential unit, I believe. In the discussion tonight, it was said that the Old Town Plan requires 2, but then the study says they could do it with 1.53. Is that accurate?
So New Hall Crossings, at the time that project was approved, the parking requirement in the specific plan was that 1.5.
Okay. So since that project was approved, we updated the specific plan to raise the number.
Correct.
Can you tell me when that was and why?
Good evening, Councilmember. Patrick LeClaire, Planning Manager. Yeah, with the last Unified Development Code updates, we had done a comprehensive update to the Old Town New Hall specific plan as well. That's one of the things that we had done. So that was, I think, 2022 that we had done that, and we added the 2 parking stalls per unit.
Okay. So that was done in the last couple of years. So I guess one of the questions I would ask staff then is, if 2 years later a project is now going back to the number that it was under the old plan before our update, do we not have a concern with it? Or does the parking plan that was submitted, do we say that's okay, then we're okay with this new number because of the study that was done?
So under AB 2097 that we've talked about and the parameters of which we have to assess it, we are looking at a parking demand study. And so that looks at parking demand from the ITE, trip generation rates or parking demand rates. And so they're looking at parking ratios for this type of development, different mixed-use projects across the board, and establish what that demand is. So this project analyzed their project with similar projects and to determine a demand. And that is evidence on which we are looking at and verify that methodology to determine that parking demand for their project.
Okay. Question for Mr. Tollison. I'm sorry, you were sitting over there all night, so I apologize. You're up here in the middle. I believe there was a comment made, and forgive me, it may have been you. You mentioned that the New Hall Crossings project is fully leased.
Right.
Does that mean residential, commercial, or both? Because one of the speakers suggested otherwise.
Yeah, it ebbs and flows. So last time I checked, it was fully leased was 95%. Jeff mentioned that it was 85. There have been ups and downs, but last time I was on the leasing call, it was 95, which I would consider to be fully leased, and every retail suite is leased.
Okay. And then just one question on a traffic item that was discussed. Do you foresee proposing closing a lane on Railroad?
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. No is the short answer. It would be, unless there's some very specific reason to do it. And if we did, we would have to get a traffic control plan submitted and approved by Public Works, which would be hard to do on a street that busy. So the vast majority of the loading will be off Market, that is the least traveled street. And we will make every effort, like we did on Newhall Crossings, to minimize the impact to the public infrastructure. We didn't have a single issue or complaint when we built that project with respect to street closures.
Okay. Sorry, give me one moment here. Got a lot of pages. 25. Another question was asked about the entrance from Railroad. Are you going to have a gate?
There will be a gate, but there's a reservoir depth between the gate and the property line, so that when a car pulls in waiting for the door to swing up or out, whichever way it is, that they're not sitting in the lanes of traffic.
But it'll be a single car queue point, is that correct?
Yeah, and for the size of the garage, that's appropriate. I mean, the probability of both coming in, two cars coming in at the same time is very low for a garage that small. So that's the code requirement for that type of application. And is it 40 feet? So actually, it's two. I guess with two cars. To the gate. Okay, so a spot for two cars.
So a spot for two.
Yeah.
And that meets our requirement in the codes as well. Okay. So let's touch on for a minute the historical aspect. When the item was brought before the Planning Commission, there was discussion of a $750,000 fee for preservation purposes. And as I understand it, the item, as I'm reading in the agenda, is stating that the recommendation for approval encompasses that number along with, sorry, too many pages in front of me. Along with the letter from the Historical Society that was provided at the Planning Commission, I believe it was dated in February. If you go back through the history of us forming this ordinance, it was over the process of 4 years, give or take about 4 years. And in fact, at one of the iterations, there was a recommendation to remove the historical list completely. And it was the council at that time that said, went from 45 to 27 to, you know what, there are 8. Minus those that are over at Heritage Junction, there were 8. Specifically called out and laid out that are now enshrined in our ordinance. So we're dealing with something out for the first time where someone is asking to invoke the MUP process that you are asking for. In the letter from the Historical Society, and again, I want to make sure I'm reading this accurate. It said that the board suspects, and this is the historical board, suspects that it would be infeasible to relocate the building, whose historical integrity was severely compromised by a 1968 remodel. I'm struggling with the difference between actually able to move the building versus it's an historical integrity question. There's been some discussion about maybe the courthouse isn't historical anymore as maybe we thought it was. There's discussion about the courthouse also includes the second story, which could be. In this line, it says the board believes it would be appropriate for the city to exact an impact fee from the applicant comparable in amount to the estimated cost of relocating and restoring the building to its original historic condition. At the planning meeting, there was no discussion of the cost that would have been incurred if you wanted to move it. You supplied an email to the council today that went through a potential routing discussion method of what that would look like and said it would be $2.4 million.
On the low end.
Fair, on the low end. So my question that I have is, when this item came before planning, why wasn't any of that provided as part of the justification matter to join the letter? And I would ask if staff requested it from you.
You know, I guess I take for granted that, you know, as a builder, that it's obvious that that would be cost prohibitive. You know, we talked about it very early on with the Historic Society about moving it to Hart Park and what would be involved in that, and looked into it on a very superficial level. And when we started to uncover all of the complexity and cost that went with it, the cost of the building plus the cost of doing that, compared to the amount of units we would gain by purchasing that site, it was an easy thing to determine that that would not work. And so we came back with a number that we could afford to contribute as an impact fee, because I met with all of you, but I met with Lorraine West, and we talked about the viability of tearing down a historic property, and she made clear to me that if you do that, you have to pay an impact fee. And this has never been done before, so we're into new territory. And so I came up with a number that the project could afford, and that is the limits of what we could afford, and reluctantly, agreed to it because it was accretive to the project.
Okay. Jason, let me pause you for a moment. Staff, where does it say in the historical ordinance upon an MUP process that there will be an impact fee paid?
Yes, that's not coming from the ordinance. The ordinance doesn't say that or establish what that fee is. It would be part of the consideration by the city council as in addressing the mitigation measures that we had talked about. So to walk through those things, one of the components was a contribution toward historic preservation efforts.
Fair enough. Doesn't the ordinance also say that it's supposed to be considered by planning and discussed as well? And they're supposed to weigh in and give we agree or disagree with the MUP and take into all those pieces into account as well? And was that done? You want my microphone?
All right, yeah, please. Thank you, Councilmember. Yeah, looking at through the ordinance, there's a discussion in the ordinance in a couple of different spots, and it talks about folks that have opted into the ordinance and having the Planning Commission consider the opt-out portion if they decided to opt out. In this case, we have a project or a property that was chosen by the council and selected in, and this process, the MUP process for the council to consider the removal, is the appropriate process to go through, and that's how I understand it.
Can you simplify that for me, Patrick? Do you believe it was the purview of the Planning Commission to weigh in on it?
To review the development, yes.
The historical piece.
It's my understanding that since the council established the ordinance, they would be the ones to determine whether this property that they establish as part of that they determine whether this is not historic any further.
Okay. So it also says in the ordinance then, upon making that finding, this council shall direct the property owner to relocate the historic structure to a site within Santa Clarita, and it may include assistance from the developer, the city, the historical society, or another entity. Alternatively, upon completion of the environmental review, if any, and upon making that determination, the relocation is infeasible and there are no feasible alternatives to demolition. So I would ask again, when this item, we don't believe under this ordinance that the Planning Commission should have weighed in on this? Under this ordinance?
Yeah, if I could weigh in a little bit. So the ordinance requires that the Planning Commission make a recommendation on the demolition issue to the City Council. The resolution that was approved by the Planning Commission says that they are recommending that the council approve the demolition of the item and delisting. It's in the resolution that they forwarded on to the council. Now, I don't know how robust the discussion was at the Planning Commission level concerning that, but they are required under the ordinance to make a recommendation on the demolition issue. It's right in the code, and it's in the resolution that they adopted.
Okay, hold on. Okay, well then, the last comment I'll make on the historical piece then is, I'm not ready. I know that Councilwoman Ayala mentioned, obviously there's a discussion that you are having with the neighbors, and I appreciate that you're having that, because I do think that Santa Clarita is moving to a different point when it comes to development now that we haven't really been ready for. And it's the idea that our projects are going to impact people that are extremely close to us. We look at a lot of projects we've done over the years. It's usually bigger swaths of land, larger developments away from people. We're talking real infill now. And so it's a different level of trying to understand what the neighbors are going to experience. You talked about the sound piece from you, and I know that Carl and Jerry talked about the sound piece. For me, I felt like as I've watched this come through the process, most of that was just a subjective discussion. And then tonight we hear a letter from, they provided a audio professional that said this wouldn't be impactful. You provided one that said it would be impactful. But I didn't know that, I didn't even see that really come through the Planning Commission. And I feel that there's pieces of this project that needed to be vetted more before it came to us. And the routing piece was definitely one. I'm not ready to see your email from 3:30 or 4 o'clock whenever I received it, and then an hour and a half later come to council and say, yep, I fully agree with what you did here. I think that for an item on the historic piece where we identified as a council 8 buildings that wanted to be saved, the end of the day, I could still see a path where I say, you know what, we have looked at it a number of different ways, and maybe it's infeasible to save. But I don't feel that that process occurred, and it didn't happen, and I don't feel that we're giving the due diligence that it needed to in a public setting. The discussions that you talk about having with Councilmember West, personally, I don't mind. But there's been a big idea here that it is this body that ends up negotiating and finalizing and discussing projects that come through us. And all of this data that was available or came available after the Planning Commission, I feel was a missed opportunity that should have been out in front of the public. It should have been with the Planning Commission, and it should have been reviewed. I think from the parking piece, the study, I feel it would be nice if we were able to do what the plan had said. I understand the limitations that you have, and I can respect and appreciate the results that came from it. I think at some point it would be nice as the council, and it won't be tonight, to look at more opportunities to where we can help facilitate bringing people into Old Town Newhall, whether it's by transport from the senior center or something else. I'm not asking for council to make a discussion on that tonight. But I would still be in agreement to hold off on an action tonight while you continue to do your negotiations with your neighbor. I want to have more time to look at what you've provided in regards to real costs and what it would mean to save a building that this city decided it absolutely needs to be protected if our heritage matters. And I want to see where I'm going to come out on that. But I felt like we left a lot on the table when it comes to looking at what that's supposed to look like with nothing followed with the evidence that said this is why we're doing it. And I understand the impact money, and you said it best with death of 1,000 cuts. I'm not interested in that, but I am interested in paying respect to what we are using as the basis for recommendations to follow with what's actually coming with it. And I don't see that here yet. So I want more time personally to look at that, council, for me. And that is my comments for the moment. Thank you, Mayor.
So, wording, this may just be semantics, but when I listened to the planning commissioners talking about the rafters and the historical status and such, Commissioner Burkhart said he wants the council to deal with the rafters. They did not discuss it. They did not deal with it. And Commissioner Light said, well, there's no hard study to determine the historical status or anything to take a look in order to make a recommendation. They did not make a recommendation, but that's what it says in the agenda. So semantics here. They did not make a recommendation because if you're looking at the historical steps, apparently the Planning Commission should make a recommendation to us and then we make the decision. Okay, like I said, that's semantics, but I'm hoping that in the future we can have language that depicts what actually happened on the Planning Commission level. And we met, and I gave you some suggestions and some concerns. I said the project seemed awfully big and didn't really depict Old Town Newhall. And I asked if the architectural design could be looked at again to make it more more fun, I said, and more like Old Town Newhall to fit in. I also was concerned about the parking, the not enough parking. And here we are with a deficit in the parking, and AB 297 keeps getting talked about, but it also has that caveat in it. And this is definitely going to impact the existing businesses because there's a lack of parking. And I go down there all the time, and I don't mind walking, but we were there on recently. My husband uses a walker, and he had to be dropped off in front of the restaurant because parking was way far away. And according to here, the public spaces would be using the public garage for parking and on-street parking. Well, have you been down to the garage lately when you tried to drive around all the levels and there's no places to park in the garage? And yet you're going to use that for staging and for the extra spaces for the commercial and for the people who live there. It can't handle any more parking. And people can't park over in the Metrolink because you can't find a place to park there either. So I have a solution maybe for the parking here. But I wanted to ask you, you said that if you thought you had to move the courthouse, that you would not have expanded your project.
Yeah, for sure.
So was the smaller project feasible at the time?
Yes.
Okay, so can you put back the part where you show the courthouse, the overhead view? No, you showed the old courthouse, and then you showed where the rafters, the second story is.
I think that might have been in my.
Yeah, it might have been your presentation, Mr. Tolson.
Oh, was it yours?
Yeah.
Was it his?
Yeah, where it's green and red.
Right, yes. Because we might have a solution if we could talk about it. Right. If the smaller project was feasible, you could still have a project there. But you can remove the outer one story there.
Well, if we did the smaller project, we just would not buy this building and it would stay the way it is. We don't own it. We're in escrow to buy it. And the only reason we put it in escrow to buy it, to add it to the project, was we had very early discussions about the viability of doing any of this.
But what if you did? You could save some money by not having to do the in lieu fee. Take away the outer thing there. You drop the rafters down because that is historical. And it stays there, and you have some parking around it. Just something to think about. I mean, I agree that this is not ready to pass tonight. There's too many questions that we have. I don't want this project to go away because I feel it could be good for Old Town Newhall. But I would like to have some consideration for making the building fit more into what an Old Town would look like. Because I don't think architecturally, I think it looks like a parking garage on part of it. I just don't think it looks good. But I think we can fix that.
You like how Newhall Crossings looks?
I do. Newhall Crossings, we appreciated you so much, and I loved working with you. But that project also had the parking structure right next to it, so parking really wasn't an issue there. And it does fit into an arts and entertainment district because you've got the theater, right. And then you've got the restaurants there, and you've got the businesses there. It's a great project. It's not stuck in the. I know you say it's a full block, but it's still stuck in the middle of a block. It doesn't have 4 streets around it. I guess Newhall Crossing doesn't either. But I think we can make this better. We just need to talk about some of these things. I did go to the rafters and went upstairs, and it's fabulous up there. I mean, the rafters and the wood and the floor and everything, that needs to be preserved. And if there's a way to not have to move the building, save lots of money, lots of trouble, have it be part of the project and be something historical, a destination. So maybe there's some way we can talk about that.
Councilmember McLean, can I just jump in because it's about the same topic today that I met with the rafters. One of the options that also they would like is take everything and
No, I know. I met with them at the same, and they said the same thing, to take everything out and put it into another building. But to me, this would satisfy those people who want to maintain historical value. Because I don't see how something can be historic in a certain year and then all of a sudden it's not anymore. There's no professional study done to decide whether it is or not, but that's okay. And I just wanted to mention a little bit about, you're going to have 78 apartments, maybe 160 people living there, and you're talking about providing walkability and stuff like that. Well, you've got 160 people times whatever it is a year, plus versus 25 to 30,000 people coming down to the Canyon Theater Guild per year. That's a whole lot of walkability. And we were sitting at an outdoor restaurant when people were coming out of the theater, and they were walking up and down the streets. If the businesses are open, that's a good thing. If they're closed, they're not. So I would just like to be able to work with you. You've done that in the past, and I'm hoping that we can figure something out for this project. I want it to, I don't want to stop it, but I want it viable for everybody. And like I said, I think we need a whole lot more discussion and study on this. So I would also suggest that we not make a decision tonight, but get some more information that we need so that we can make decisions that make sense.
Thank you. I'm going to be the odd man out, okay? And I don't mind being that. I'm a big businessman. That's been my whole career, and I understand numbers. Somebody came over here and said, you know, you got to understand numbers. I understand numbers, okay? I understand what it takes to create a big project. I understand what it takes to put so many entities together and try and make it balance and come out a sweet dish. All right? So I'm going to be brief, briefer than most. AB 9, City Attorney, please. AB 9 297. Can we kill a project based on that alone, on parking? Or does the law forbid us from killing a project because of parking?
The law says that you can require the parking if, by a preponderance of the evidence in the record,
I understand that.
I believe there's a significant, so.
But it
you
would
can
have to be
require
a
the parking,
preponderance.
And if the,
A preponderance is a relative word?
yes, it means more than on the other side.
Yes. But it also means significant. Okay, truly significant. Okay, number one. So right now, all the issues of parking that I'm hearing, including the one Councilwoman McLean just mentioned about coming out of the Canyon Theater Guild, all those issues exist right now, have nothing to do with the project. They exist right now. All right? Parking issues exist right now. But by law, we can't demand parking. We can't stop this project because of parking.
We don't want to.
Okay? And so let me go on. And because of that, we should be thankful that he's adding, I forget the number, over 100 parking spots.
Yeah, 120.
He doesn't have to do that. He's being a good neighbor. He's being a good community man. Okay? He's working with the community. He doesn't have to do that. Okay, let me go on. I said I'd be somewhat brief. The historical site, the historical building. Okay. The Historical Society has told me that it's compromised, and they have no problem whatsoever not calling it a historical building anymore. The Historical Society said that. Oh, I'm sorry. Does anybody else have a higher standing in the historical value of properties than the Historical Society? Nobody else. The Rafters Group, always going to be one of my biggest concerns. Solved, right? The business owners. Now, there might be a few business owners that are temporarily not happy. They'll be happy in the end because we saw that with Newhall Crossings, all right? But the Business Owners Association, OTNA, Old Town Newhall Association, comes here and says they're in favor of the project. They represent the business owners, the ones that care, the ones that are involved, the ones that come to the meetings. What am I doing wrong here? Let's see, parking, historical, Raptors, business owners. The only thing left is KHTS. I'm a simple man. I don't complicate things. I don't care about the infinite details of everything. I like to get things done. And so what are we talking about? An accommodation between KHTS and you. And you guys are working on that. Okay? And so hopefully you'll get that solved over the next week, 2, 3 weeks until the next council meeting. And at the next council meeting, we can stop this nonsense about talking about things we don't need to be talking about. And if you guys come to an agreement, let's rock and roll and get it done. Okay? We're not going to, listen, I come from New York City. There are places being torn down every single day in every single neighborhood. There's construction, major construction going on every single day in every single neighborhood. Get over it. If we want to have progress in our community, if we want our community to grow, if we want to have a more vibrant community, an economically vibrant community, get over it. We got to build. Okay? And the state has mandated to us that we have to build more housing, like it or not. Okay? We have to build more housing. We have a RHNA number that we're expected to meet. I was part of SCAG when we came up with that number. Okay? I was one of the few voices in SCAG that argued against it. And I got beat down like a drum, and I'm okay with that. But now that that's the law, and now that that's passed down and we've got a quota to meet by 2029, we got to build more housing, like it or not. One more thing. If you bow out of the project, the owners of the property are going to sell that property. Why? Because they came here and said they can't stay here. They're going to sell that property. And you know who's going to buy that property? A housing development. And you know what he's going to build? Apartments. And he's not going to give you one parking spot because he's going to say, AB 297 says I don't have to do squat.
Exactly.
So not only think about this project and what it can do, think about losing this project and what it's going to damage, the damage it's going to do. Somebody mentioned the Black Studio, but it's Shadowbox is the name now. That could have been a very important part economically of our community. That in itself could have given more customers to Old Town Newhall, Main Street than any housing's going to do. Okay? But we lost the project. And now, potentially, they could sell that property, and you know what they could build? Housing. And you know, I think it's half a mile within the Metrolink. And if that's the case, they're going to build more housing and zero parking. So I'm for this project. I want the project to go on. Nothing personal, Carl and Jerry. I like you guys. You know I do. I know all the great work you've done for our community. But get together and make a deal so that we can move past this. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Marcia.
Okay. Why is Santa Clarita special? Santa Clarita is special because we work with our developers to make projects better than other areas. You don't have to be opposed to development. You don't have to be for development, but we are not opposed to development, good development, and that's what has made Santa Clarita special. So to say that, oh, just build, 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 without any consideration.
Nobody said build, build, build.
Any consideration for making a project at the best it can be is not putting blocks in front of development. You know, Old Town Newhall Association is made up of the investors in this project, a lot of them. So I can understand why they would be for this project. If I was an investor, I'd be for it too.
I'm sorry.
No. Okay, that's some are investors in it because I even met some when I was with you. I just had two things I forgot to mention before. The in lieu parking is $70,261 per space. Does that mean if there's 12 spaces for commercial, the in lieu fee would be $843,132 that you would be donating towards the parking structure?
I'll let you guys answer that.
The parking in lieu fee is just over $5,800 a parking stall, so 12 times the $5,800 is just over $70,000.
Okay, because I thought it said in lieu fee was $70,261.
Total.
Per parking structure or just total? That's the only, we're just going to get $70,000 to go towards the parking structure.
Correct.
Okay.
May I make a suggestion? Because it's pretty obvious that we're going to delay this thing. And so why don't we just delay this things and we can all get our questions answered during the delay and not take any more time tonight. We have some more business to attend to. And I think we've pretty much exhausted what we need to do here. And if that's the case, I'll need a motion.
Clarification.
Of course.
Joe, if we table it now, do we need to leave the hearing open?
So you've closed public comment portion of the hearing.
Mm-hmm.
If you continue it now, but there's new information that is discussed or brought up at the next meeting, you should give the public an opportunity to speak at that. And if you don't continue the hearing open, nobody knows that you may or may not open it at the next time. So my recommendation would be that you continue the hearing with public comment open so that at the next meeting you can take additional public comment, because it's likely, sounds to me like it's likely there's going to be additional information that is brought to light that you're going to discuss.
Okay.
Will you make that motion?
I will make that motion with one more comment, if I may. Ms. Tolson, I do think what's interesting about this project is even some people who are opposed to it like what it can be. And I feel that I'm in the same boat. For me, I want to review just what was provided today. I don't want to hold you up for X amount of time for me to make a decision, but I do need some more time on this regard. So I would just say, for when I'm going to look at this piece, if I need to reach out to you, I will, and I will announce that at the next council meeting if we do meet about it. But the only other comment, as I say, is I agree with Mayor Miranda to a point in the idea that we do need to build, we do need to move forward, but I don't want us to be insensitive to each other, because when we build over each other, that's when we fill this room full of people. And I don't suggest that that's what you were trying to do, but I want us to be clear for the two projects that have been infilled, they have been very emotional. And they haven't always been about just what's best for the project and for the community, and it's become very personal. So I hope we can all work on that as we move forward. But with that, I will make that motion to leave the hearing open.
And I'll second
and table it.
I'll second it, and let's vote.
Mr. Mayor, two things. One is, do you want to continue to a date certain?
Yes.
So we need to figure out what that
Yes,
date is.
to the next
Secondly,
council meeting.
I understand council members have particular concerns. Now, what I'm hearing is you're going to deal with the developer individually. So is there any expectation that staff brings something back? Because at this point, I'm hearing individual.
No, I don't think so.
Oh, excuse me, if we don't make it succinct and for sure, we're going to come back with exactly the same thing that happened at the Planning Commission.
We're making, what do you mean by succinct and for sure? Date certain?
I want staff to be able to come back and present some stuff of the questions that we have. I don't think it's a good idea just to do negotiations with the developer without having staff involved, so that we have something in writing to look at when we come back.
I don't have a problem with that. I need direction.
You need the direction. So, so Mayor, I'd say for me, I don't need anything additional from staff. What I do need is if Mr. Tolleson does change his impact fee, as he potentially may do, I will want that presented by staff to understand what is the nexus to that and how that came about at that meeting. That is the only thing I would request, is that information that he brings back to you to say, this is how I'm going to adjust it. But for me personally, I don't need anything else from what I would be looking for.
Okay, well, I would like to know, is the cost prohibitive? Is the move prohibitive? Will it work to just preserve the second story, or just to take the stuff out and build another little historical right next to their project with some parking to make it a destination? Is that feasible? Is that something that we need staff to do, or is that something that...
I think for our part, either we're buying that building and tearing it down, or we're not buying it at all. Because I can tell you for sure that doing something in between is not economically feasible. That won't work.
And on my case also, the suggestion that I made, a proposal for design to make it safer on railroad in case of accidents.
That's something we could get with you and exchange ideas about how to do that exactly. I want to make sure I understand it, but from what I understand you're saying, I think we could do that.
Okay, I apologize, but I made a sincere effort to try and cut the meeting short, because it's been a long night and it will continue. We have other issues to deal with, and I suggest very strongly that council members are open to talk to staff, to talk to the developer, to talk to Carl and Jerry, and have all those conversations. And we have approximately 3 weeks to get that done and come back to council.
That works.
Okay, and if we're all set with that, we've got a...
Mayor, hold on.
Mr. Mayor, I'm seriously not trying to delay this any longer. From a staff standpoint, I have no direction to work with the developer to make, as a collective unit, to make any changes to the project. So I don't want to not meet expectations of an individual council member who wants changes, because at this point, the council is not giving us staff any direction to make changes to the project.
I would like changes on the design.
Yeah, exactly.
Design one,
Me
there's a
too.
consensus on. Is there anything other than I don't know if her design thing is, my understanding, the railroad-facing side for traffic.
On the first floor.
Not
to make it
architecture.
safer.
Right.
No, exactly.
I think yours, if I'm not speaking for you, but I think yours is more architecture. And I don't know that that's what the council wants us to do that. I want to get clear direction.
Marcia and I have had this discussion a number of times.
Yeah, I know, you don't care about
During
architecture,
council.
I do. So
Let me finish.
maybe we could work
Let
it
me
out.
finish. Let me finish.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes.
We've had arguments about this before.
Yes.
And my argument, we know your argument, you want to design buildings, and that's okay. Have a
No,
nice
I just
time.
want them to
My
look good.
argument is, I'm not an architect. It's not for me to design a building. It's for me to judge from a developer or whoever else is building or responsible for the building, whether they're happy with it or not. And if, I don't care whether something has a bevel or doesn't have a bevel, or something's brown or dark brown. I don't care.
Well, it's just by
Okay?
making something look
And that's
nice or
okay.
not.
I'm just saying, we're different, okay? And so if you want to be able to address the architectural issue, put it on the table. And that's what Ken's asking. What is,
I know, well, is anyone else wanting to do that as well? Or just do it between us? I don't care, either way. If we could make some nice changes to it, I don't care if it comes back or whatever. I just need an agreement, okay? And I think you're shaking your head, yes.
can we call the roll now?
I didn't hear that.
The next council meeting, and that date is
13th.
13th, May 13th. So
Yes.
May 13th.
Second.
Very good.
Very good. Now we can call the roll.
Councilmember McLean?
Yes.
Councilmember Gibbs?
Aye.
Councilmember Ayala?
Aye.
Mayor Miranda?
Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor,
May I just ask if there's anything that we can move forward to the next meeting rather than going through everything tonight?
I was just going to say the same thing. If the council would like to continue the next two items to the next meeting, we can do that. There's not a timeliness on those two items, if you want to continue them to the next meeting.
You okay with that, Mayor? Just moving the items to the next
You mean end the meeting now?
We'd have to do the consent
Well,
calendar.
just a consent
Yeah, we'd have a consent calendar, but
The second item is a presentation item, so we could skip the second item and just do consent.
It's okay with me.
The consent.
Okay.
Then I'll make the motion that we skip the second item, and we'll let everybody clear out, and then we will move to consent.
Yes.
Yeah, so the motion for number two should
Sir,
be to.
we're still in the middle of the meeting. Sorry.
The motion for number two should be to continue the item.
Okay?
Because it's a public hearing.
Understood.
Just continue the item to the 13th.
Perfect. So Mayor, I'll adjust my motion to continue item number 2 to the next meeting.
What about new business number 3?
Item 3, you can do the same thing. Same thing.
And number 3 as well.
They're
Thank you
continued.
very much. So I have a motion for it. Do we have a second, right?
Yes, I got a second.
Second.
Tiana, did you hear that?
Councilmember McLean?
Yes.
Councilmember Gibbs?
Aye.
Councilmember Ayala?
Aye.
Mayor Miranda?
Yes.
Thanks, Bill.
Okay, now we go to consent.
A couple speakers.
Yes. And then adjournment. But we got to get,
Oh, I'm sorry.
we got to get Lorene.
Lorene back or is she gone?
Yes, you should.
Okay. Hey!
Oh, yeah,
We
right?
were taking bets if you just went home.
How was your nap? And
So technically, should we have waited for Councilman McLean before we moved the second and third item? I'm sorry.
we had a quorum.
Mayor Pro Tem. Oh, fair. Okay. Mayor, my man.
Whew. Okay, so we have,
Speakers on.
we have speakers on the consent calendar of 4, 8, and 9. Thank you. If they're still here. Tony's still here.
Tony's here.
Tony, you're first. Tony, you're second. Tony, you're third.
All right. The last meeting was so great. I watched it from London, and it was like, what, half an hour the last meeting? We got through one.
Very short.
What changed?
I'm here. Maureen, did you have a good nap?
I watched everybody. No,
That was my line.
I was very
All right.
alert.
Let me see where I'm at, because I even forgot where I'm at.
Okay, Tony, you're speaking on item number 4 first.
Where? Oh, yeah, okay. Now I'm remembering, okay. Boy, that was actually a good one. Anyway, for number 4, Lorene and Marcia, you both made a great speech about Elaine Ballas, okay? As you know, Elaine was a very close friend of mine. All right. And Ken, believe it or not, she loved you a lot, okay? Well, at least speaking about Ken all the time, that's for sure. So I'm surprised that Lorraine's adjournment was not in the meeting, in the minutes. And that's the correction that I would like to add to this.
It's not?
It's not in the minutes. So if that could be corrected, that's all I have my only comment regarding that, okay? It was mentioned that Diane made a comment, but no comments from Lorraine, no comments from Marcia, and it wasn't adjourned in Elaine's memory. I mean, you know what? She loved the city. She fought for seniors and for those who don't have enough food at home. So I would think just in her honor, if we could just make that little amendment, I'll be happy. All right, number 8. My only comment on this one, because it's been so long, I actually forgot everything about the situation. Did we not know about the little fishes in the river that we have to pay additional now to the firm for this? I mean, come on, what's going to be next? About the little bunny rabbits? I'm just being honest about it, okay? So if there are any additional costs regarding this bridge, can we have it up front? I mean, honestly, I understand there are costs. There's some things that we can't expect early on. But the fishes, the water, the river, it's common sense. We have there's always water flowing in that river, even if it's a small amount. And the area that they're discovering this, come on, it's no rocket science. They should have known this already early on. So that should have been part of the cost. I don't want to hear another cost because we have the bunny rabbits that are right there by the bike path, for example, and that's going to add to it. So whatever they're going to come up with, let's just come up with a dollar figure at this point so we don't keep pushing this forward, pushing it back, this project. That's number 8. Number 9, okay, my comment regarding that, basically, I just want to know, will we apply this so that we can make improvements to the timetable for the buses? My biggest gripe regarding our bus schedule is the fact that Bus 12 and some of the other buses don't meet the Metrolink train. I commute. I know a lot of people commute. Why do we only have, for instance, on bus number 12, one bus in the morning and one bus in the evening to meet the Metrolink and Via Princesa, for example? A lot of people get off there, and they have to get rides and everything else or call an Uber just to get home. We don't have a GO bus, and the other buses don't meet you. So you're stuck. Either you have to hoof it all the way over to Sierra Highway and catch the 12 there, or, again, call an Uber. It's simple. It's not that difficult. Additionally, we have issues with some of the bus lines at times, the 12 and the others. They'll cancel for some strange reason. A bus won't show up. Either it's broken down or the driver didn't know about the route. This is a lot of excuses. Well, guess what? If you're trying to get on the Metrolink, you're pretty much screwed because if you miss that train, you have to wait another hour for the next train. I understand none of you commute. You all work local, most of you, okay? But you have to put another hat on. Imagine you're a commuter and you have to get to downtown LA. You work for the federal government. You no longer have to, you can't, you're not permitted to work from home. You're obligated to go to your office. Well, what's going to be the excuse? Well, I missed the Metrolink because I couldn't catch the bus never showed up. So these funds that we're getting, can we please smartly appropriate them within our transit system? I understand that we're heavily subsidizing it already. And we're trying to get every penny that we can so we can actually build something better. But what we have, it's not great. 3 GO buses for the entire city is insufficient. Let's get rid of these dial-a-ride buses that we use for that. Let's get shuttle buses like we're using in Miami and other cities, literally vans. Expand the program. We have them for the supervisors, and they use them sometimes when the GO buses are not working to substitute these GO buses. So let's be smart about it. Swap those transit buses and get the ones that the vans that the supervisors use. They're handicapped, they're ADA compliant. They'll be smart. They make it more nimble. We can expand the program. And again, we can make these programs more efficient for ourselves. Okay? That's it for tonight. Let's go home. Let's get some rest. Let's just hope that the next time we can have a full discussion. Politely can, if something like this comes up where it's a big project, maybe just put the one thing for the agenda and that's it for the day, because we can't do this. Look, we all work hard. We all love this city. We all have different visions of this city. But I think at the end of the day, we'll get there. But we have to come to consensus. We have to build that. Tonight, we got there, which for me was actually shocking to see that we actually got there in the sense to say, let's table it, let's have a good think about it, and let's move forward. So, good night. Thank you.
If there are no council comments, I will now take a motion on consent.
So moved. Move
Second.
recommended action.
Second.
Councilmember Ayala,
Aye.
Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem West,
Aye.
Councilmember Gibbs,
Aye.
Mayor Miranda.
Yes. Are there any additional public speakers?
There are none.
There are none. So we are adjourning in the name of Diane Cusimano. The next meeting is May 13th.
Perfect. Very good. Very good.